Good afternoon. It is Saturday. What a day. Today. And we are going to do another coding stream. And we're going to rebuild from the ground up. Because I think we can be better, stronger, faster, whatever. I think our current game is pretty good in terms of concepts. In terms of implementation, well, it's kind of hit and miss, isn't it? So, we're going to take what we've learned and we're going to rejigify, revivify. And to that end, we are going to create a new project. So we'll probably use the old project as a reference. Let's load it up. And I'll go through some of my beefs that hopefully the beefs can get resolved. And we're going to kind of summarize what we want to keep for the new system. It's going to be good. So with that in mind, we're going to say old game. New game. We're going to figure out what we actually implemented in the old game. And then we're going to see what we want to carry across. And if there's any differences we want to make. Going to be pretty good. And then we're going to make it. And we're going to start right from the ground up. So I think we're going to start with the tile grid and the pathfinding. It's going to be good. They're going to be like the core. You need to get that right. Like uber right. So that's the focus. So here's our game so far. What have we got in it? We've got a lot of shit. So one thing we definitely want is a tile-based environment navigation grid for movement. I think in the new version we're going to link these two. So that'd be cool. For AI movement, we don't move on the navigation grid. Although we could. We definitely could. What else have we got? We've got physics for object manipulation. Grab / pull / push. Move things around. Pretty good. Works pretty well. We've got sleeper sockets. These power sleeper caskets. That's all they do at the moment. A casket can be docked in a socket. Alongside that, we have utility ports. These can be attached to other machines and give them unique properties. Well, they don't give them unique properties. These can be attached to other machines. Utility items can be slotted into the utility port. Yeah, then we have utility items. These are slotted into utility ports and give machines unique new properties. E.g., they can be a source of power for the machine. They could increase its efficiency. They could do pretty much whatever. Okay. What else have we got? So we've got sleeper. Oh, sleeper sockets. These have an occupant who has a health meter. If the socket is, no wait, it's the caskets. The caskets. Sleeper caskets. These have an occupant who has a health meter. If these run out of power, the occupant starts to die. Yeah. What else have we got? We've got a medbot. This is an NPC that looks for injured occupants and heals them. It has a limited amount of ammo for its med gun and has to recharge. Medbot House. This has a really bad name. A medbot can go here to recharge its medgun ammo. What else have we got? I know it's an obvious one. Doors. These are a machine that identifies when something gets close and opens. They are physics-based and can be forced open with enough force. What else have we got? The most important thing of all, robot cores. These are what control the machinery. They have a personality that affects how they perform their role. Yeah, that's the robot cores. Then we have the personality gun. This has a really bad name. It can take the personality from a robot core and transfer it to a different core. This is a piece of handheld equipment that the player can pick up / put down. Then we have a player. Moves via force being applied to their rigid body. Has the ability to grab other objects in the world and pull them. Has a single equipment slot. Has energy, which can be used for sprinting and restores over time. I think that's pretty much everything in the game. I guess technically we have lights. These can be made to malfunction, in which case they will intermittently flicker. Sure. And I think that's everything. I think that's everything. Yeah. When I put it down like that, it doesn't seem like that much, right? Cool. So, when I was thinking today, like, what should we do? What should we do? I was trying to decide what we should add. And I thought maybe we should add the fabled incinerator. Which we could do. But then I was trying to decide what the output of the incinerator would be. And I thought, oh, that'd be cool if, like, if it wasn't necessarily an incinerator, but it broke things down into, like, their component parts. So, like, if you put some rubble in there, maybe you'd get, I don't know, ore or some sort of material. If you put a dead guy in there, you'd get biomatter, that kind of thing. I thought that'd be pretty neat. And then I thought, but what would that mean? What would those things be? How would we store those things? Blah, blah, blah. And I went off down a whole rabbit hole of thought. And my conclusion was, I can't think of a nice way to fit it in. And everything I thought about implementing today, I was like, it's going to be kind of janky to fit it in. Ergo, ipso facto, that's where the rewrite comes from. So in the new game, I think we do want a tile-based environment, and each tile will have a navigation node. I think that makes sense. I think that's a good way to do it. I think it just might be okay. That'll be pretty good. I think sleeper sockets, sleeper caskets, I think we do want to keep. But the actual implementation details of those We're going to leave that up in the air. But a sleeper casket will definitely have contains an occupant. Although, I think occupants, I think I'm going to change that to can contain an occupant. And occupants instead are going to be NPCs, for want of a better word. Can contain an NPC. In fact, can contain a person. Because I think we should be able to get in a sleeper casket. I think that'd be pretty cool. Why would we want to? Who knows? Maybe the oxygen runs out, so we jump into a sleeper casket while some robots repair the area. So, person definitely has health. I think I want them to have an oxygen level. Because I want each tile will have an oxygen level. I feel like this is going to be the core of the game that everything's built on. And as we're on a ship, I think it'd be cool if each navigation node, as well as being a navigation node and being part of the tile grid, also had an oxygen level. And then that can change based on stuff. That could be pretty neat. Then we can start, or maybe not oxygen, but maybe atmosphere. Yeah. Because of that, then we can do like poison gases and stuff spreading, or like toxic areas, or the void of space, or maybe fire would be considered an atmosphere. It could have temperature. It could have all sorts. Oxygen level, temperature, pressure, maybe. Pressure's a good one. Maybe some other stuff. But for now, it'll be those. Has health, has oxygen. Do they have oxygen? No. They need oxygen. They consume it, but they don't have it as a stat. So they have health. Probably have other stuff. Person is like uber generic, right? So person is... the player is a person. The NPCs are people. The people in the caskets are people. It's what common traits do they all have? So far, I feel like health is the only one, honestly. Which is fine. Cool. I want to make that. Let's make this. Just this. Let's just make this. It's completely isolated from everything. Let's do it. I think we're also going to have tiles are grouped into rooms. Slash areas. I liked that. I liked that, and I think we can do it better. Not sure how we'll fit corridors into that, although I'm thinking about abandoning the idea of corridors entirely. Honestly, who needs corridors? Think about it. What purpose does a corridor serve? Apart from to make pathfinding awkward. But we'll see. A corridor is just a thin room anyway, so... I think we'll do that for now. So with that in mind... let's close this bad boy. Let's create a new project. Called... you don't need to go in the Unity cloud. Called... Sleeper Keeper 2, which I don't like the name of. What are you bitching about? All right. Sure. Let's go. So I want to see if we can cleverly integrate the navigation stuff with the tile grid. I'm hoping we can. We should be able to. If it's integrated with the tile grid, we might be able to like get the neighbors and stuff quite easily. But I'm not sure if we will be able to. And our tile grid initially is just going to be walls. And maybe floors. We'll need to figure out how we define a room. But I think doing it from the ground up, I think, personally, is a good way to do things. This is kind of how my dev processes go. I make something, I decide it's not good enough, or I get frustrated that I've limited myself. I start again, I make it much cleaner, I add a bunch of new shit, I get frustrated that it's getting messy, I think about the new shit that I've added, kind of rinse and repeat. Does it mean I never finish anything? Sure. But I also learn a lot, which is really the goal. It's the journey, not the destination. That kind of thing. And if the journey never reaches a destination, whatever. You still learn a lot on that journey, which can help with future journeys. But yeah, I think normalizing a lot of the stuff is going to help us make it simpler. So, first things first. Main camera. Let's just do some of the obvious stuff. Main camera, can you be a pixel perfect camera, please? I sure can. Cool. Your reference resolution can be, I don't know, 800 by 600. 800 by 600 is kind of shit. 1920 by 1080. It's kind of excessive, but it's accurate. Cool. Then we want to add is there anything else I wanted to change in the camera stuff? I maybe want pixel snapping turned on, but let's leave it for now. Asset pixels per unit. I want to be 32. 32 PPU. That's what we're going with. So 32 pixels is a meter, is the way to think about it. So then we want to add a tile grid, tile map. Yeah, just a rectangular one. This can be called environment. 'Cause that's what it is. Sort order bottom left. Yeah, that's cool. That means stuff that's higher up is behind the other stuff. Sorting layer, let's add one of those. Let's add a real layer. I think I might want 2 grids. The old 2 grids. We had 2 grids in the previous one. Yeah, I think we do need 2. Let's call this floors. And floors is going to be separate. It's just going to be purely visible, I think. And let's add a sorting layer for that. Floors. And floors go below everything else. That's a reasonable statement, although we might add something behind the floors. For now, it's reasonable. That should all be fine. You're on the floors layer, which means we can choose not to render the floors if we so choose. Cool. And then want another one. And you're the environment, aka the walls. Do we want walls to be their own explicit thing? Possibly. Tile map, tile map, tile map. This is where I'm thinking about putting the navigation stuff inside the environment, potentially. But for now, let's call that. We can always rename it. Let's call that walls for now because, well, that's what it is for now, right? Da 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 da. We've got floors, we've got everything else, we've got walls. Sure. Nice. All is well. All is well. Neato. Now, navigation. We kind of want that to be built based on the town map. So for that, we actually need some tiles, eh? We actually need some tiles. So let's create a new folder called, yeah, sprites. Sprites is a solid one. Although I'm actually thinking about rejigging the folder structure. Depends how much stuff would get reused. Because it's really awkward when I'm looking for, like, when I'm working in a certain area, like on robots. Having to jump about. If everything for robots was in the same frickin' folder, that'd be really nice. So yeah. Let's do objects. Objects? Maybe. But let's add another one for environment. And inside environment, we want a folder for. I'm kind of YOLOing this folder structure, but we've got nothing at the moment, so we can see if it works. As long as we remember to do that and not live with the YOLO. Environment has wall tile maps. Wall. Is there going to be anything else wall related? Maybe. Let's do walls. And we need a tile map, which means we need a tile. Let's create a new folder called floors. So that we can have multiple different ones. We're going to create a new Photoshop project, which probably won't outlast the day. But it might. Let's create a new file. Yeah, 1920 by 1080. We're going to make our color mode be 16-bit. And that's all fine. Cool. So this is our screen size, which means I'm actually going to save this instantly. And we'll save it in we're just going to save it inside assets, and it can be called I don't know, sprites. No, sprites is a lame name. Sprites. Maximize compatibility. Eh, who cares? Let's rename that to background. Just keep that kicking about forever. I don't think we need it, but whatever. It's good to have. Then you can just dick about with it. So, what do we want right now? We want a 32 by 32 wall tiles. Cool, 32 by 32 really doesn't F about, eh? There we go. And then we want another one. Floor tiles. I'm a simple man. This can be pure white. Perfection guaranteed. Okay. Let's export those. Sure. Now, we need to create pallets out of those. Let's call this floors. Rectangle, cell size. I explicitly want to be 1. Deal. And that can live inside floors. And then we're actually gonna modify this floor tiles. Oh, I don't have my cool tool anymore. We're gonna have to remake that. For now, we want to set that to 32. Set that to 0. Set that to no filter. And we're going to set it to be multi, even though it's only got 1. And we're going to slice grid by cell size 32 by 32. So it's a multi sprite, but it's only got 1 sprite in it. That's fine. Means when we add new ones, we don't need to keep coming in and dicking about. But we want the center to be pixels. Cool. And then we can say floors is floors. And that lives in floors. The perfect crime. We can make floors. Then we want to do the same thing for walls. I missed my button. I really missed my button. I had a button that configured all this shit for us in one button press. I need to remake it. The perfect crime. Nice. Let's create another palette. Walls. I'm doing no automatic cell sizing. Cool. Now, walls. Do I want to get ahead of myself? No. I was going to add physics to the walls because it's super easy. But we don't need it yet, so we're not going to do it. Hey, Sackboy, what happened? What happened is I did this. I was thinking about adding new features, and I was realizing how painful it was going to be to add all the new features that I wanted in the current code base. So we're rebuilding it. Better, stronger, faster. It's going to be better in the long run. We're going to take everything we learnt from the last one and we're going to distill it into its purest elements and we're going to rebuild it cleaner. It's going to be the perfect crime. Otherwise, we're just stacking crap on top of crap. This is a problem with code bases, right? Once you half-ass part of a code base, when you build on that half-assed code base, the stuff you build on top of it is kind of forced to be half-assed. And then you're building on top of a quarter-assed code base. And then the next bit of code you add has to be quarter-assed. And then you're building on a 1/16th assed code base. And it just gets worse and worse. So, we're going to try and build a whole-assed code base. And not deviate from that. Although we probably will deviate from it. But the plan for that is to use branches for new features and then clean them up and rewrite them before we actually put them into the main one. You know? Actually use a proper branching strategy. It's going to be the perfect crime. Kind of. We'll see how long that discipline lasts. But that's definitely the way you should be developing. And I've been going, this is just a dick about project. Which is fine. It certainly is. But, you know, I do have standards in my code, and I'm not sure why I'm letting them slip. So let's reintroduce them. So, that's pretty cool. Actually, I need to... Well, we're going to create a script now. Environment, we want a... I think I'm just going to add the script here. For the... what do we want to call it? I want the navigation grid and the tile maps to be intrinsically tied together. I think that's a good idea. So, what is this going to be? It's going to be... Let's just call it environment. Fuck it. And really, I just want this file. And we're going to be trying out some new shit right now. I'm not sure how it's going to pan out. Let's create a repo. Git ignore template. We want to be Unity. Sure. Cool. Now, I did say we were going to do some branching. We're not going to do any branching yet. This is our first feature. So, question is, what information can we get if we pass in the tile map? Because that's what we want to do. Can I steal the tile map? Let's see what we can do with a tile map. Can I get how big it is? Can I get each individual tile? Cell layout. What is a cell layout? Is it an enum? Okay. Good to know. Converts a cell's position to a local position. Oh, that's good. Converts a cell position to world. Oh, that's good. Returns true if the tile map contains the given tile. Tile base. So can I get... Returns the local bounds for a cell at the location. That's pretty good. Gets the tile at the given coordinates. That seems useful. Tile of type T. How do we define? Can we add tiles? Insert cells. It takes 2 positions. What? The target position, the number of columns, rows, or layers of cells to insert. Okay, that's pretty cool. We're going to be doing a lot of learning about tile maps today. We can set the collider for a... Is that for a given tile? I assume it's for a given tile. There's no IntelliSense on that, which is annoying. Set tile. We can pass in a tile. That is pretty cool, actually. Tile base. So can I make my own... tile? And if I can, what can I do with it? Get tile data. Refresh the tile. This method's called when the tile is refreshed. Initialize. That's cool. Get tile data. Get tile data. So does each tile have data associated with it? What is tile data? Instruct for the required data for rendering a tile. What do you have in you? The sprite, the color, the transform, any... Why is that an int? Okay. Sprite to be rendered at the tile. Color of the tile. Yeah, transform of the tile. Game object of the tile, which is based on an ID. Any flags for the tile, the collider type, the default tile. Cool. So, if we say, what did I want our tiles to have? They're basically going to be our nodes. So I think they're going to need all their neighboring tiles. I don't know if you can get neighbors from a tile. This tile map, get tile. Vector 3 int 0. I don't care which tile it gets us. What does a tile have on it? Set dirty, that'll redraw it. Refresh, that'll redraw it, that's weird. Get tile data, that's cool. I don't think we're going to need that though. Cool. So, there's nothing on there for like, get my neighboring tiles, which is unfortunate. Means we have to do that ourselves. But that means... can do that. And then let's just give it a value. And then on start, we're going to say, is it insert tile? Insert cell. No, how do I add a tile? I can get tiles. I assume I can add a tile. Set tile? Set tile. New tile. What are you bitching about? I haven't given a location. Yeah. Vector 3 int 0. So let's just set a tile at the start. And then let's get our tile back. Debug log mytile.avalue. Right, when we run that, assuming we give walls the environment script, maybe we want to put them both in the same thing. But you can only apply a collider to a singular tile map, so I wonder how you differentiate between which ones you want to have collision and which ones you don't. It'd be good if they could just be one though instead of two. Although they need different rendering as well, so maybe having them as separate is good. Anyway, environment is supposed to take a tile map, right? Alright, public. I don't actually need to make that public. On awake, this tile map is our tile map. Cool. So now when we run this, it should add a tile. It won't have a sprite, but it should debug log 666. Let's go. So that means we can programmatically add tiles. Cool. Do we want to programmatically add tiles? No. But we do probably want to programmatically read tiles. And we might want to... Well, here's where it gets interesting. Because we do want to draw our tiles in here, right? So let's say that. We want these to be our custom tile type. Whereas they're probably, I don't know, some random shit. Let's put a breakpoint here. And we're just experimenting right now, seeing what's possible. Now, I know most people would just Google how to do what we're trying to do. But that's not how I roll. So we're going to run this, hit the breakpoint, and then we should be able to see what we can play about with this tile map in the good old immediate window. Because the tiles that it generates are not going to be our tiles. But we can probably do something clever. Like replace them all with our tiles. But steal their regular tile data. Which would be pretty cool. So let's run that. Now, in the immediate window, we can go this tile map, get tile. I don't think there's gonna. Well, where's the tile that we want? I don't know. Let's say there must be a way to like get all tiles, right? Get tiles block. Retrieves an array of tiles within the given bounds. That's nice. That means we can set up a room and then have it get all the tiles for that given room. Hello, T-pose. Min x is minus 100. Min y is minus 100. Min 0 is minus 1. No, wait. Yeah. Minus 100, minus 100, minus 1, 200, 200, 1. That should get us unable to pass. What? Oh. It got us 40,000 tiles. Interesting. I'm going to be honest, I was expecting it to only get the tiles that we'd drawn. Instead, it's like, fuck it, here, have 40,000 tiles. Look, I just want... Gets the sprite used in a tile, that's quite nice. Get used tiles. Get the total number of different sprites. No, that's going to return 1, right? Yeah. That's not useful. Gets the total number of different tiles. No. Fills the given array with the total number of different tiles used in the tile map and returns the number of tiles filled. Now, that's quite useful. There's no way to just say, give me all tiles that have been set. Doesn't look like it, does it? Hey, swap tiles. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you can't just say give me all of my actually populated tiles, which is fine. A little bit annoying, but it is fine. So what if we stop that? I wrote code in C#. Yeah! C# is king. C# is number 1. So I want our zones, right? That's in my list of things that I want to keep. I want to group our tiles into rooms/areas. So, how do we do that grouping? We do it by drawing it for now. So let's create a new type of object. Let's just create an object called zone. Let's call it an area. And an area, we need to be able to scale the area. So let's give it something so that we can scale it nicely. A collider's a really nice way to do it. But I want to avoid physics for now. I guess we could just give it a sprite. I'm not happy about it, but we could just give it a sprite. But does that make it easy to resize? Let's just give it wall for now. We'll make it Alfred. Should have given it floor, really. Let's give it floor. Then we can recolor it. Let's make it that color. And I'm going to add a new sorting layer called called areas. Sure. Which we can make not be rendered whenever we want. So that'll be cool. So if we have an area, we can move it around, which is fine. It is 32 by 32. What's annoying is that a grid I want our grid to match up with our areas, right? So if our areas are at 0, 0, ideally, an area of scale 1 to 1 would be a tile. It wouldn't be a quarter of 4 tiles. Which means we need to move our grid. Which I don't really want to do. It's possible I can just we can move the entire grid back 0.5. There might be a better way to do this. Like set the grid shiz, but I think that is ostensibly fine. That means grid 0, 0 should be here. Which is theoretically cool. So then we want our environment to take a list of areas. We haven't made area yet. You don't know my language well. If anything, you'll just listen. That's fine, T-pose. It's all good in the proverbial hood. So an area has... What does an area have? It has a list of tiles. In the same way that the tile map does, except this groups them into areas that we can differentiate by placing these things down. Yeah, let's new that up. Cool. I'm going to new that up as well, even though I don't think we need to. So then, can I get objects from all around the world? So I want to be able to say, get all my areas. Get every area. Every single area. Scene. We don't have access to the scene. I guess we could give it access to the scene. This is where we do the old classic. I like to figure shit out on my own, but for stuff like this, I'm perfectly happy asking the old GPT. In Unity, if I have a mono behavior And I want it to retrieve all instances of a given type of game object, i.e. game objects that contain a given component that exist in the scene. Can I do that? Because we want our environment to get all areas in the scene. You can use find objects of type T. Thank you. Sure. So that should give us all areas. Nice. Let's verify that that's true. But first, let's move that out into area. And I'm also, this time, we're actually going to add namespaces, I think. You're learning Java. You think when you gain experience and learn processing, you'll create a game engine. Good idea, man. Good idea. I'm a C# fanboy. But I think everyone should go with whatever language they want. I feel like this is fine. Kind of irked that I can't have this automatically put shit in my namespace. Oh, it just wants to do assets. Yeah, fair enough. I'll allow it. Makes life easier. Can I do the nice thing these days? Goddamn shitty Unity with its old version of .NET. Fine. But I'm not happy about it. Is it possible to make applications with 2 programming languages? Sure, of course it is. Depending what they are. There's always a way. I think generally speaking, you wouldn't want to mix and match unless you had a good reason. But in most games, they do use multiple. Most modern games, because for the rendering, for the graphics, they'd usually use C for the graphics engine. And then the rest of the game would use something else, and it'd just call the graphics engine, which would all use C internally, because C, you can do a lot of nice graphics tricks. But I think when you're learning, you shouldn't try and think like that. Well, actually, you should try and think however you want. Maybe you should try and think like that, you know? Aim for the stars, or you'll never leave the ground. That kind of thing. Yeah, we were going to test this. So now we need to give area our area script, which doesn't do anything, but that's fine. And then when we run this bad boy, this should give us that area. That's all we're looking for right now. I want to believe it's going to work. I mean, there's no reason why it shouldn't. Nice. So now we need this area to pick up any tiles that live inside it. So for each area, what information can we get about the area? Can I get its bounds? Can I get its bounds? I can get its transform, which would contain its location and its scale, which is arguably fine because a scale of 1 represents whatever. So that's quite useful actually. So we can say we can get its position. Is there anything else we care about in here? Not really. Nice. So we can say and scale is, I'm just getting them out of here so that we don't need to. Sure, local scale will do. Processing will be responsible for 3D graphics, Java game logic. Yeah, sure, totally. Exactly, that's the kind of splitteroo you'd do. And generally they'd do that with physics as well. They'd do it in a lower level language so they can optimize it more. So with position and scale, we can say min x equals position x minus scale x. Is that true? I think that's true. So it's at 0. Its minimum boundary is, well, its minimum boundary is 0.5 actually. So it's scale x over 2. It's kind of annoying. Should be fine though. We're dealing with floats. Min y equals position y minus scale y over 2. Max x is, yeah, this thing gets me. Now, if we had a collider on this, we could just say give us the bounds, but we don't, so. That at least gives us what we care about. And yeah, I'm not sure how Unity handles it under the hood. I've never bothered to check. So then we can say bounds equals new vector3 int no, it's not vector3 int. Hang on, where's that? This tile map get tiles block bounds int. That's what it is. And that takes the min x, min y, z min can just be -1. And I guess we don't need the maxes, we can just do scale. Scale x, scale y, 1. 2. Let's live a little. But all these have to be ints, which is fine. There's probably a nicer way to do this, which I might look into, but I just want to see if this works. D D D D D D D D D. Get tiles bounds. Is that all it takes? Oh, it's not get tiles, is it? It's get tiles block. So for now, if we make our area take a list of tile base, then we can say area dot what tiles. Did I not make that public? Wow, what is with me today? Area tiles is tiles. Yeah, let's to list it. Cool. So then let's see if this works. We're expecting a lone tile to be in that area. Get out of here, breakpoint. So we've got one area. That area has 2 tiles, one of which is null. I guess that makes a vague amount of sense. Hang on. Let's step through this. Position is 0, 0, 0. Cool, that's what we expect. Scale is 1, 1, 1. Cool, that's what we expect. Min x is 0. Of course min x is 0. Min y is 0, which means our bounds is 0 to 1, which is arguably cool. I wonder what happens if our bounds is just 0, 0, 0, 0. What happens in such a mad world? What if we just have 0, 0, 0? What? You son of a gun. Look, let me modify bounds. Be a pal. You turd. Okay, that's fine. Let's just hardcode it, eh? Yoink. What is that going to do? It's a good question, isn't it? What is that going to do? Will it bring back a single tile? I sure hope so. Bring back no tiles. Yeah, that's fair. What if... we choose an array of tiles within the given bounds. Yeah, and I only want one tile. Uno tilo. So you can do -1, 1, -1, 1, -1, 1. But now it gives us 2, right? Now it gives us 2. Now it gives us 0? A large part of me doesn't trust that. What game am I writing? Yeah, it did give 0. Which is weird, because that basically gave that. Unless I really YOLO'd these. I did YOLO these. It needs to be -1, -1, -1, 1, 1, 1. It's a game on a spaceship, maintaining the ship. Basically. Looking after the passengers who are asleep. That's the concept. We have a prototype. We have 2 prototypes, technically. Hey, look! 1! Cool! I think it got the wrong tile, but still. At least it didn't give us 2. It's kind of weird that it gave us the wrong tile. So how do we get it to give us the right tile? Zero. 0. 0. Come on, give us the right tile. Yeah, we've got 2 prototypes of the game. I'm doing iterative development, so I build some stuff, then I rewrite it. I add some more stuff, then I rewrite it. Hey, look, it got the right tile. Cool. So that means we need this to be giving 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1 for this shit. which means that's kind of cool. We need to try it with a larger area. Let's try that. You. I think my floor tiles anchor has to be bottom left. I'm not 100% on this. I don't like it being bottom left. That does at least make it do what I want. And maybe that's fine. Bottom left's awkward though, it's really awkward. Because when you tell someone to go to a tile, you really want them to go to the middle of the tile, right? Which means you just want them to go to the anchor point, generally speaking. Which means... I'm sorry, but you're going back to center. We'll solve this the right way. Which means... I think I just move this guy. But he's got... Oh no, he's got an okay... kind of. So if we want to cover that space, that becomes position minus half scale, which is what I used to have, but it gave us weird results. So to cover this space, we need to be going from... This is where it gets weird, right? Because we're dealing with the old decimal aroos. Whereas really we want to know where they are on the grid. But this isn't on the grid. The grid is its own beast. The grid is its own beast. Therefore, there must be a way to translate these bounds into grid stuff, which is what we're missing. Because what we really want here to get this is 0, 0, 0, 2, 2, 1 is fine. I think that's what we want, and that should give us 3. Arduino code is written using processing. What do you mean by processing? What do you mean by processing? Because to me, that sentence doesn't make sense. But I'm sure you mean something, and I'm curious what it is. Four areas. That's correct, right? Potentially. We got 3 and an empty one. 3 and an empty one. That's what we want. But where this gets whack is for our area, we have access to its world position and its scale, which is fine, except the tile map doesn't care about that. It just wants to know grid references. You know? The bounds are grid bounds, which isn't strictly accurate to us. Although it sort of is if we just take 0.5 off. So if we say position equals area transform position minus 0.5, 0.5, 0. What are you bitching about? All right, new F. That gives us our position shifted. Then we do this stuff. Let's debug log some of this shit. Original position is you son of a bitch. All right, never mind. I take that back. It turns out I was the son of a bitch all along. Shifted position is just position. Min X. Let's just get everything. Min Y. Yeah, I don't know how it's going to render bounds, but let's see what it does. And working bounds equals yoink. Cool. Let's see what that does. Arduino using processing. See, T-pose, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything, man. I mean, I'm sure it means something to you, but I'm not sure how to translate that into something that I understand. Everything uses processing, you know? Processing on the processor. Unless you mean like direct access to the processor. That might be what you mean. Regardless, I don't know much about Arduino, but if it is a variation on C++, then it would have direct access to the processor. That got too much. So let's compare these. -1. Why did you get -1? Original position was 0.5, sure. We shifted it to 0, sure. We took half the scale off, sure. We shifted it. But, oh, We can't always just shift it by 0.5, right? I think I need to undo that shifting of the grid. I don't really know. Currently I'm experimenting. And I want area to be... Let's just assume we've unshifted the grid. Position is 1, 1. Take off half gives us 0, 0. That's cool. But then what if we want to go here? 2, 1. Take off half. We're at 1, 0. Yeah, okay. Neat. So, we don't actually do that. I mean, we do, but we do... We're assuming scale is always... What happens if scale isn't divisible by 2? If scale isn't divisible by 2, I think it still works. You've been watching a YouTube blogger for 2 weeks who makes content on Arduino, and he also makes a course on processing. But processing is just a word, man. Processing is just a word. Like, what does it mean in this context? What would a course on processing be? That's the bit I don't get. That's the bit I'm missing, I think. That's the piece of the puzzle that I do not have. Anyway, I think if the y was... If the x was 3, then we'd be Gucci because that's 1.5. Cool. So we definitely take off. Yeah, let's get the scale locally. Well, actually, no. So we've got position. So I think what I had initially was actually correct. Shifted position is min x, min y. Is that right? I think so. Yeah, let's just run it and see. So here we expect to get 6 results back, 1 of them empty. Sackboy knows all. That is way more than 6. Original position is 1.51. Yeah, that's true. 0, 0. Bounds is 322. Yeah. Why did that give us 12 nodes? Why did that give us 12 nodes? I feel like there's no reason for that to give us 12 nodes. And the reason I say that is if I change this to 322 and we pass in working bounds, that's going to give us the correct 6 nodes, 6 tiles. I assume. Yeah! So the only difference is the Z coordinate. But why would that make a difference in a 2D game? I mean, it's fine. We can just 0, 1 it, but I don't know why it'd make a difference. Yeah. Why does the Z depth matter? Why does the Z depth matter? It shouldn't. But you know what? Best not to question it. So this works now. We can... Well, let's verify it works. Let's move the area around a bit and make sure it always gets back the right amount. So... There we expect it to give us 3 and 3 empty. 3 and 3 empty. Let's go. 1 and 5 empty. 1 and 5 empty. Nice. So now we can place a zone anywhere and it'll pick up the tiles that live within that zone. Not bad. I'll be right back. I need a drink. But I'm quite happy with that. I know it's nothing exciting. I know we're doing totally seemingly random stuff right now. That is very important for what we're planning to do. But I'll be right back. Okay, I have a drink. Um, cool. Let's commit that. Let's just make sure it's all sane. We can get rid of this. Get rid of this. Yeah, we can get rid of the update. So that's really cool. That means we can set up a bunch of areas and have direct access to each tile that lives within that area. Which is going to be useful considering these tiles are going to represent our navigation. It's going to be pretty sweet. Currently, they are... Well, we're not even using these tiles currently, actually. But we will be. So we're going to take the tiles from here, because if we can't find a way to select a tile and set properties on it, then that's going to be a bit jank. So we're going to potentially have to add additional information to our tiles. But we'll see. Because we kind of want more information than just this. But for our purposes now, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. We can get what type of tile each floor is. Yeah, we can get what type of tile each tile is. So we can get, is it a wall tile or is it just an empty tile? That's useful information because we can theoretically set up our navigation just using that if we want super basic navigation, right? Which is pretty sick. So that's the next thing to do, I think. So I'm actually going to nuke tile.cs, I think. Rest in peace. You had a good life. You served no purpose. Sick. Added areas which get auto-populated with tiles. Cool. And we could theoretically pass it the floor tile map as well. So it could have two lists of tiles, which ones are floor and which ones are wall. That'd be pretty useful. But we don't need it yet. Because depending on different floor tiles, we might want the pathfinding to be different, right? We might want, like, if it's a whole floor tile, don't create a pathfinding node. That kind of thing. But for now, this is cool. So, we have a list of tiles. What are we going to do with said list of tiles? We're going to go through them all. And we're going to set up their neighbors. That's going to be interesting. What information do we have about a tile? What information do we have about a tile? You would think we would have its location, right? I would think we'd have its location. This is such a weird function. I mean, if we don't have access to its location, then it's a little bit jank. Goodbye, T-pose. Right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to give this to the old ChatGPT and ask it some questions. Hello, take a look at this. I have written it so that it will populate all my area zones with the tile map tiles that live inside that zone. Pretty cool. I kinda want to know the X, Y grid coordinates of each tile though. And I'm not sure how to access that data. Is such a thing even possible? It's great to see you leveraging the tile map so effectively. Yeah, I know. Oh, I have to manually do it. I mean, we can do that. This is only going to run once at startup. And arguably, it might not even do that once we've got the map built. That is fine. I suppose. It is a way to do it. Here's a question. I noticed tiles are implementations of tile base. Can I replace them with my own implementation so that I can store extra information in the tile? Temperature, etc. Does this go against the way tiles work? I feel like it might do. Store extra information in tile. Derive a new class. Yeah, that's what we did. You can create instances of your custom tile by creating a new tile asset. Adding custom properties is powerful. Blah, blah, blah. But if I want each individual tile to have temperature and that temperature to fluctuate on a per tile basis, I assume I wouldn't be able to do it this way, as all tiles of the same type share the same instance. I don't know if that's true, but it probably is. I need each tile to be... I should probably just spell out what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to generate my navigation grid along with extra properties in the from my tile map, and I was going to be cunning and store that data inside the tile map itself, which would be pretty cool. But I'm starting to believe I'll have to merely use the tile map to generate a separate collection of data instead. And correct, the default behavior treats tiles... What are you saying? Default behavior in Unity's tile map treats tiles like shared instances. Yeah, that's how it's so efficient, right? If you want each tile to have its own fluctuating temperature, you need a different approach than embedding it into the tile. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I deleted our tile class. Create a separate system to map tiles to additional properties. Yeah. Yeah, performance impact. That's why I don't want a custom tile map. Yeah. Yeah. Leverage the tile map to generate a separate collection of data. Bye, T-pose. Yes. I think I need to generate a separate... I don't know why I'm correcting my typos for ChatGPT. It doesn't need it. Data collection. That's probably the ideal way. Arguably, the tile map becomes redundant after that, which is cool. I might want to display various visual effects based on the contents of each node, Which makes me think each node should be a game object, but that might also have performance implications. It would let me put a collider on each node though, which could make detecting when nodes are populated, unpopulated easier. I like talking these things through with ChatGPT. Sometimes it goes a bit mental, but it's good for kind of collecting your thoughts. Yeah, yeah. Overhead. No, it doesn't need to be rendered, you fool. Implement an object pooling system to manage the game objects. We'll do that. I was going to use 0.3 for optimization. I already have the grid separated into areas, so I can only update areas where the player has been, is likely to be, etc., etc. That should help with performance. I think. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't need LOD, I think. Using proximity-based triggers to manage area states. Yeah? Could do that. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Anyway. Cool. So an area doesn't actually contain a list of tiles. It contains a list of our own things. um, nodes. And a node is cool. What does a node contain? A node contains its x coordinate, y coordinate. What else does it contain? For now, it needs its neighboring nodes. Yeah. So this guy actually has a list of nodes. Cool. And when we get here, instead of this crap, we're actually going to steal some of the stuff GPT suggested and tweak it a bit. Yoink. So, go through, get all the tiles. Nice. Then, if tile isn't null, I would like to know do I even need the tile? Can I use get tile data? I think tile data is what I want. Because I want to know what sprite it's using. Which I don't think we can get from just tile. Which is annoying. Considering it's got a function called get tile data. Yeah, we don't have any nice way to actually get that. But we can possibly no, you can't call get tile data on this. That's so freaking dumb. Why would you have to have a tile to call get tile data, which then takes a position and the tile map? Doesn't make sense. Let's see what this gives us. Let's see what this gives us. See what information is inside tile data. It gives us the sprite. It's good to know. One of these. Okay, so one of those shouldn't have returned anything. Let's move this bad boy to somewhere where there's no tiles and see what happens. See what it gives us. It gives us a null tile. Oh, that's cool. That's like super cool. Nice. So we'd actually need the tile data. We just need to know if it's null or not. For now. So if the tile is not null, then we need to create a node. Let's do this right. Cool. Sort of cool. Relatively cool. Partially cool. I don't think we actually want to do new there. I think we want to... Well... No, we don't. We want to do... instantiate... Are we going to need a prefab? We're going to need a node prefab, which is fine. Happy to do it. So our environment has area, environment. I'm going to make the prefabs for those. Area. Well, we don't need a prefab for environment yet. And then we want a node. A area. Can you default to 0, please? And 1. Cool. Node. We need to give node. Node. Ah, of course. Nice. Let's prefab that. And I guess area can handle adding the new node. Why does the environment need to know about it? uh, this dot in instantiate. Am I crazy? How the hell do you make? I'm sure it's instantiate. It is a mono behavior. It should let me do it. Because I can do it in environment, right? But I was literally just doing it a second ago. Instantiate. Where is my mind? Okay, sure, whatever. Maybe it's a static method. Are you static? Yeah, go figure. um, yeah, he needs node prefab. And his position needs to be grid X, grid Y, 0? Is that true? It might be true. And you can be quaternion identity. New node, grid X, new node, grid Y. Cool. Relatively cool. And then here we can say area, add node, X, Y. It's cool enough. Give it that prefab. Now, when we run this guy and move him to like there, I'm expecting this to break, honestly, but that's fine. Yeah, close enough. The object you want to instantiate is null. That's fair. That's because it's not acknowledging that this is actually a prefab. Reconnect. There we go. And revert this override. Yeah, cool. Nice. Ah, look, we have our 5 nodes. Are they in the right spots? No, they need 0.5 adding. Which is fine. Now they'll be in the right spots. And then we can give them a renderer, but we also need to identify their neighbors. Also, I actually need to flip this. We only want nodes where there isn't a wall. So that's pretty cool. If tile equals null. Nice. Give me one node in the right position. Perfect. So now we can think about other stuff. For now, let's give each node a sprite. It doesn't need one, but whatever. And it can be in a new sorting layer called debug. I do love a good debug sorting layer. And we're going to add a new layer called debug, which we will use for not rendering it. We can toggle it in the camera. We can say, don't render debug, and that'll be pretty sweet. So that's pretty rad. And then I was going to give you a sprite just for now. Here, do you want knob? Is that going to be huge? No, it's fine actually. That's a reasonable size. Cool. So if we make our area just for the sake of argument, let's make it let's not do that. Let's move it to like do. Sure. Let's make it sure. Come on, draw me my nodes. Well, that's not right, is it? It's very close to right. But it's not quite. Not quite there, is it? Which means these positions are not correct. Which is interesting. It's like hyper interesting. But why? There and back again. A Hobbit's Tale by Bilbo Baggins. Why is that? Are they children of the initial one? No, I don't think so. We expect them to be global XY. We expect grid X. No, we don't. You sly devil. Okay. That's fine. We weren't offsetting the bounds, which is fair. I want to believe that this time it will properly render our nodes. Perfect. El perfecto. So that's pretty neat. Now we just need to get the neighbors. The sweet, sweet neighbors. So for that, this is where it gets interesting, because what if you have two areas, right? Let's create a second area. Mm. We've got two areas. That's cool. If you ignore this giant list of game objects. That's cool. Except down the middle, we can't have each area figure out its neighbors. We have to have someone else figure out their neighbors. Otherwise, they won't link between each other, right? But what's cool about that is we can then set up zone neighbors as well. And that might be really cool for the optimization stuff. We could say, like, if you're in zone A, then we can optimize by only updating zone A and zone A's neighbor zones. And that might be pretty sick. And we might be able to do some other clever stuff as well. So that'll be cool. But we do need something to link the zones together, which is fine. So we have to do that external to the area. So I guess the environment can do that, as it has access to all the areas. After it's created everything, then what do we need to know? We need to know it's going to be very hard to make efficient. But on the flip side, it's on startup, so how efficient does it need to be? Yoink. Cool. How can this fool grab all the nodes from all the areas and figure out who all their neighbors are. If it was on an area by area basis, it'd be fine. But it's not, so it's not. Wonder if we can do something cheeky. Maybe. So I was planning on giving all the nodes a collider. But trigger colliders don't trigger with each other. I think, unless one of them is a rigid body. No, but maybe that's okay. So let's give, I mean, this is going to be highly suboptimal, but we can probably nuke the collider after the fact if we need to. But we'll start them with a collider. Just a circle one, it makes life easier. I think circle ones are the most efficient. I think. Don't quote me on that. With a radius of 0.5. Cool. Then we want it to be a trigger. Because we don't want to bump into them. And if we disable them, like, after we've figured out the neighbors, it's all Gucci. So then, the node can figure out its own neighbors, which will be pretty sick. Don't we need to do that? Find neighbors. And for this, all we need to do is project a circle twice as large as ourselves and see which colliders live in it. And that should give us all of our neighbors. Origin is this dot transform position. Radius is 2. No, radius is 1. Direction. What? Direction? It's a circle. What? I don't know. Vector 2 up. And we'll probably want to do distance. What's it? What? Look, why do I need a direction? Why are you being such a pain in the ass? Why does only one of these have IntelliSense? There's so many questions. A vector representing the direction of the circle. What does direction of a circle even mean? That's not a phrase that makes sense. Not in 2D land. And why do you need a distance if you've got a radius? Whatever. I want that layer mask. I don't want everything else, but I want that layer mask. Because we're going to mask the layer to only include... we're going to add a layer called nodes. And we're going to put node on the node layer. And then, what? 8. Then we can say only include the node layer. Nice. Let's just make that a bit more obvious what we're doing there. That can probably be a static somewhere. So that should get us all of their neighbors. Which is cool. Kind of lame that I'd have access to the game object here and I have to go through the collider to get it, but fair enough. Get component node. That gets us the node. This dot neighbors add node. That maybe, just maybe, just maybe works. It doesn't get us the parent area links, but that becomes not easy, but not hard once we've got this information. So let's add another find node neighbors. And this is just it's gonna be super basic. And then in here, once we've set up all of the areas, we're just gonna for each through them again. Maybe not in populate areas. Set up neighbors. Maybe that works. Let's find out. It might not be massively efficient, but one day, once the actual map is figured out, we don't care how efficient it is because we just do it once and then bake the data into it. Would you look at that? Apparently this guy's got 6 neighbors. Which I will grant you doesn't make a lot of sense. I think that means he's picking up himself. Yeah, it does. It means he's picking up himself. If node equals this, ignore it. Now it should work. You have got 5 neighbors. And yet, you've somehow got 8. Where are you getting 3 extra neighbors from? Where are you getting 3 extra neighbors? I know you might think these spots, but these spots don't have nodes. He's got 8, which makes sense. It's almost, well, see, look, he's got 11. What? 11? "11 neighbors, huh?" Eight. Where the hell would he get 11 from? I'll be right back, and then we're going to dig into this. Right, let's figure this shiz out. "11. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's not even like it's doubling up the radius. I don't really trust that distance. I'm going to be honest. I don't particularly trust that this is talking about raycasting all the time. That's much better. Let's use that one. What does it take? A point, a radius, a mask. Perfect. And it gives us the collider. Perfect. Now, what weird ass numbers will it give us? Hopefully it gives us the right ones. I want to believe. He's got 5. Oh no, he's got 6. Good. He's got 6. That's correct. He's got 5. That's correct. He's got 3. He's got 5. He's got 8. Ah, the system works. Cool. I don't know what that other function was doing, but whatever. Nice. So now we have all of our areas, nodes, knowing their neighbors. But that's not all we need, because we want the areas to also have a list of their neighboring areas. So for that, I feel like there's ways we can do that. But what are those ways? What are those ways? And what if I want an area that is not rectangular? Which will definitely be a thing that I want. Let's solve the first problem first, which is finding the neighbors. Because that should be irrelevant to the other problem. We want to say a node. Do you want to know which area you belong to? You probably do. Sure, you can know that. Then in here, we can say, after we've done that, and again, this is not going to be very efficient, but who cares because it's once on startup. For each area, neighbors equals this areas where this is so inefficient. This is so unreasonably inefficient. Yeah. That does it. That's not really what I wanted. Why? All right, I missed out the H. That should be Gucci. Massively inefficient, but Gucci nonetheless. Yeah, maybe it's slightly less Gucci than I was hoping. But that should have worked. Go through all the areas and find any area where any of their nodes neighbors. This is where it gets hyper inefficient. Ugh. Yeah, this is where it gets hyper inefficient. But we can make it more efficient. I can already think of how we'd do it. Ugh. That will work, but it's mental. But there are much easier ways to do it, which we'll look into assuming this works. Why didn't that work? That one definitely should have worked, right? Go through all the areas, check all the nodes in each area, check their neighbors. If any of their neighbors have an area of me, then he's my neighbor. As long as the area we were checking is not us. I feel like that should work. However, it is a potentially garbage way to do it. Hmm. 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 This is a better way. Still not ideal. But it's going to be better. If the node is not in our area, yeah. If the node's area is not our area and it's not already in our list of neighbors, then add it to our list of neighbors. Sure. It's not great, but it does let us trim this down. to that, which also lets us get rid of that. So that's better, closer, warmer. Does that one work? I feel like it should. I feel like the last one should have worked, so what do I know? Neighbors 0. Neighbors 0. Doesn't strictly make sense. You're on the neighbouring line. Area none. Oh, I'm such a turd. Am I really not passing in the area? Maybe. That constructor never gets used. I don't think you can pass a constructor into here. Anyway. No wonder it wasn't working. I bet my old method would have worked. I was never setting the node of each, the area of each node. Neighbors, area 1. Cool. Let's add a third area. Just to double check, triple check, quadruple check. I guess this is just to check. Okay, area 1. Your neighbors are area 1. Area 2. Your neighbor is area 1. Area 1. Your neighbors are area and area 2. Ah, the perfect crime. Awesome. So that works. Now, we just need to solve the problem of what if we don't want an area to be rectangle? Which for sure is the thing we're going to want. But for now, that is all working. It's all cool. It's all horrendously inefficient, but clean. Well, relatively clean. Pretty damn clean, I think. Added nodes and the ability for areas to create their nodes and calculate their neighbors. Only works for rectangular areas. Cool. So, what we do is, we do the old switcheroo on areas, I think. So currently areas, I've got a sprite that defines their bounds. Well, it doesn't really, but close enough. Which is fine. But if we want an area to be able to be any shape, it needs to be a lot more configurable than that. which is totally fine. We had this issue in the previous version, and we solved it by using box colliders instead of sprite renderers to define the area, or just colliders in general, which worked really nicely. Hmm. 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 The reason it worked nicely is you can add multiple colliders to an object. So, kind of worked like a charm. You just have to make sure your colliders don't really overlap. But if we do that, let's assume we did that for a sec. If we assume we did that, then in here, populate areas would need to change. The way that we generate nodes. Instead of just saying, get our bounds of our rectangle, we would need to say, get all of our colliders, get all grid positions in that collider, i.e. every integer position, and create a node for that grid position. Which is fine, we can do it. We can definitely do it. And an area having colliders that represent its boundaries is arguably useful for other things. Like if we had a house, you could use it for when to display the roof of the house, etc. So we could use it for multiple things. So let's do it. We could also use it for if you want the lights to turn on in a room when you enter it. We could use it for all sorts of stuff, really. And I think we're going to want it anyway, so fuck it, let's add them. So, all areas by default are going to come with a box collider that is a trigger. They might have more than one collider, but they're at least going to have a box collider. I think that's fair. Then each area is going to have a private list of colliders, which it will get itself when it wakes up. Sure. So, right, we have a list of colliders. Which is arguably useful and probably needs to be public. So that gets us every collider that the area has. Also, did I set that to be a trigger? I did, good. Cool. Then here we need to say, this is where it gets awkward. For each collider in area colliders, what can we do with that? What information do we have in a collider? Do we have bounds by any chance? We do. Cool. That's super useful. So we basically want to do this, not strictly, but we kind of want to do this. We won't care about scale anymore. But we're going to want to say, can I convert that into a bounds to int? If I do that, what does that give me? Let's go back to here. Let's nuke area 2 and 1. Let's stick with the OG area. Let's set its scale back to 1. And move it back there, which I'm not particularly happy with, but whatever. Then yeah, I'm not particularly happy with that. The collider goes up in increments of 5. Yeah, maybe I am okay with that then. So let's just make the collider be, for now, our good old test case of that. We don't particularly care where the area is anymore. It's all about where its colliders are. Which is relatively cool. We've got our breakpoint. Let's see what int bounds says. Let's see what intel it has. It cannot be converted. You can't convert from bounds to bounds int. Come on, Unity. Give me a frickin' break. Throw me a frickin' bone here. Really? I'm not gonna lie, that's very disappointing. Also, can I be smarter about this? I've never used a composite collider. I don't really know how it works, but you have to have a rigid body, so the answer's no. Okay. I'm not giving them all a rigid body. Fine. I I guess we can do this the old-fashioned way. There's a bunch of properties we have access to here that are reasonably okay. They use the center for stuff. Min. Then that's going to be in floats, which is going to be annoying. Yeah. Whatever. We should always be positioning it to be directly on an int. This is a bit lame, but whatever. So then we can say we're gonna have to do some cleverish stuff here, but that's okay. Basically, we want to say for each of their bounds, get all of their integer points within that bound and live the proverbial dream. Mm. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Is it a vector 2 I want? No, I want a bound. I want one of those cool bound things. Bounds int. I'm just doing this conversion myself. Sure. And that is bounds int. And then we can theoretically do this. But it won't strictly be true for shapes that aren't rectangles. Now we could say fuck it, they've all got to be rectangles. But that wouldn't be very cool of us, would it? That would be uncool of us. I don't like just shoving int on the end of these, but I'm going to do it for now to get rid of compiler errors, because I don't want to nuke this code yet. So, we kind of do this, kind of, except instead of actually doing this, we, instead of doing this, we want to store a collection of unique XY coordinates. Although that's a bit lame. I guess we could just do this. And we could, for each area, even just for the whole thing, we can say grid points equals new this is going to be lame. I just want to store 2 integers in a list. I don't know how it's going to deal with that for comparisons, but whatever. I guess as we're not caring about efficiency right now, we can say if grid points any I need to do it after this actually. God, I really am just pulling code out my ass today, eh? That should be happy. Why are you not happy? Can I just use point 2D? That'd make a lot more sense. Is there a point int by any chance? How is there not a point 2D? Fine. Am I losing my mind? Yeah, I am. How is this not giving me access? Oh, because I've already got an X. Shouldn't really be using I. Is that a struct? You are a struct. Cool. Dee 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 dee. Right. So now, regardless of, it's going to go through and it's going to add a node everywhere within the bounds. that is in a free spot on the environment tile map. That's relatively cool. It's not perfect though. And if you've got two overlapping colliders, the first one gets to own the node. So if you've got two overlapping areas, one of those areas will get to own the node, the other one can jog on. That's fine. Cool. Relatively cool. Sort of cool. Kind of cool. Except, what if your collider, again, so we've now dealt with the case of multiple colliders within a... Also, now we can nuke this. Hasta la vista, old code. Nice. So now if we run this, let's just make sure it works. We expect a single node here. I want to believe. Nice. And if we extend this down, and we add another collider, which is over here. Let's bring that down. Two colliders, we expect nodes for this entire section, right? Nice. That is relatively rad. But what if the collider we were using wasn't a rectangle? We're now one step further removed. Now the area doesn't have to be a rectangle. But what if the collider itself is not a rectangle? That's the next thing to solve, and it should be quite easy. But I'll be right back. I am back once again for the Renegade Master. Right, I said this was going to be easy to solve. Let's put my money where my mouth is, so to speak. um... Mm, please get me the collider at that point. I don't know, man. Am I really already using the word collider in here? Yeah, I am. Okay. And we want to have a layer mask of... I really need to turn these into constants. We're no strangers to layer masks. You know the rules, and so do I. Wait, no, we don't want to layer mask the node layer. We want to layer mask the area layer. Have I even created an area layer? No, let's do it. That was 9, right? 999. It was 9. But let's do that on the prefab. Cool. Right, so that will check for any hits with an area. If hit collider does not equal collider, continue. Done. So for each of the grid points, it checks if it's inside. If it's not, it ignores it. Ah, the system works. I haven't tested it yet, but I'm comfortable saying that. So now we should be able to do polygon colliders, circle colliders, although it'd be a bit weird to use a circle collider, I don't think we ever will. Any kind of collider, and it should be Gucci, which we can test by replacing... Well, let's run it with this first, but we can replace both of these with a polygon collider, right? And check that we get the same result. But that's still working. Good. Now, let's nuke these colliders. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. And let's add a polygon collider. And let's map it out. Da 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 da. In fact, we'll map it out including the walls just as kind of a why not. Look, Unity. See what you've done to me. Just let me... Let me create a new point. Yeah. And then... You're a real son of a bitch sometimes, Uni. I just want to create a new point locked to the grid. Is that so much to ask? That's how it is, huh? This blows. There must be an easier way to do this. But fuck it. Like, I just want to create a point locked on the grid. I'm a simple man. I guess arguably it doesn't matter. But the perfectionist in me says it does. I'll make a script to do it. Yeah, I'll make a script to do it and just go through and round these off to the nearest 0.5. That'll be fine. For now, I'll do it the old-fashioned way. I don't think I trust those 0.5s. No, I do. I do trust the 0.5s. Sort of. Right, will this work? I think it will. Well, I was wrong. But why was I wrong? Why was I wrong? That should have stopped those getting generated. U. Why do U4 exist? But U2 don't. Something to do with the y-axis. Something to do with the y-axis, huh? That's an interesting one. What's your grid point? -4, -1. Let's check that shiz out. So he really is saying that he hit that point. That's interesting. I firmly believe he shouldn't have hit that point. -4, -1. -4, -1. Do I need to add 0.5? But if I need to add 0.5, why didn't it happen up here? Oh, because of the bounds. I need to add 0.5. I need to add 0.5. Don't ask me why, but I do. Are you not going to let me do that? Oh, right. Now, I have every reason to believe that this will work. Let's go. So now we can do any shape for an area. It'll create all the nodes. And theoretically, we haven't changed the neighbor stuff, so that should all work. Let's just verify that these neighbors are set up correctly. You've got 3. You've got 8. You've got 2. You've got 5. No, you've got 4. I thought that was 1, but the more I think about it, that's blatantly not 1. Nice. Let's clone the area. Move it over there. Maybe move it down a little. Spice things up a bit. Wonder if I can make it render the colliders without having to click on it. There must be a way. I want to see how these all intersect. I know I can select them all, but it's a bit lame, isn't it? So this should create all the nodes, but it shouldn't count them as neighbors. Creates all the nodes. Does not count them as neighbors. Good. But now, what happens if we go to the tile palette and all we do is create a little hole there. And then we run it again. Now they're neighbors. Let's go. Awesome. So now we have a navigation grid that is dynamically created based on the areas we create and the tile map, using that for the boundaries. That's pretty sick, in my opinion. So then we can theoretically, if we want to, let's say we want to have NPC behaviors and we want them to have points of interest that they go to, we can theoretically add the points of interest to the zones and they'll be able to find them. Pretty neat. So, that's awesome. There's only one thing that's not massively awesome about it. And that one thing is I'm an NPC. I'm standing here. I want to go here. I'm an utter turd. I'm going to try and diagonally walk there. It's not cool, is it? For corners, I would like that not to be considered a neighbor. Which is a real pain in the arse if you think about it. Solution to that is I don't know on that one. That's one where I don't have an easy solution, which is a bit upsetting. Everything's gone really clean so far. But that diagonal problem, because you could in the pathfinding, you could say, you're not allowed to walk diagonals. But that becomes messy. Really, we want those to not have links. In an ideal world. How do we deal with the corner problem? Riddle me this, riddle me that. I'm trying to think of efficient ways to do it. There are ways you could do it. You could, at the point where we're figuring out neighbors by casting the circle, we could fire out 4 rays in the cardinal directions, as it were. And then we can say, if this does not hit, so if there's no navigation node off to the west, then we can safely assume that we don't want to treat north and south of that as neighbors. That's pseudo-reasonable. Yeah, that kind of works. Except that the way we're currently doing it, we don't actually know which ones are in those directions. But we can figure it out. And we only need to do it if there aren't 8 neighbors. If there aren't 8 neighbors, we know there's something fishy going on. So, let's think about this. When our node gets his neighbors, we can say if neighbors does not equal 8. Yeah, but even if it does equal 8. No, if it equals 8, it's fine. So if we don't have 8 neighbors, we want to do some extra checks. We want to check northeast, southwest. Hang on, let me think about this for a sec. Is there any more we can do? Yeah, probably, but let's not. Yeah. Then let's just do one of the directions and then we can figure out how to do all 4. We want to fire out a ray from our position to the left with a range of 1. If also with a layer mask of the node layer. If we didn't hit something, then we know that there's a corner there, which means we cannot have a parent at -1, -1, or -1, +1. So we can say, this is going to be terrible, but we'll figure out how to make this nice. var dir x equals -1. Var dir y equals -1. In fact, we don't need to fire a ray. Var pos x equals this grid x minus 1 bar plus y equals this grid y. That gets us one step closer to making it generic. And we can do var target point equals that. Then we can do, instead of array cast, we can do a point cast. Using node layer. So we're just specifically going bang into the center of, well, that's not bang in the center. Okay, I'll add 0.5. God damn it. Yeah. So then we want to say northwest is the first neighbor that has, and I hate this code, has a grid x of pos x and a grid y of pos y plus 1. This code is terrible, but it's only going to run once, so who cares? That should get us northwest, southwest. Which is cool, because then we can remove them from the list of neighbors. Yeah. Don't know what that's going to do if we tell it to remove a null. It might freak out. But if it does, we'll add null checks. Who cares? So that should get rid of any neighbors for the west problem. Now we just need to do it for all 4 directions. Is that going to work? No, definitely not. That's going to do diagonals. Okay, I didn't want to do this, but yoink. Um, you're just an int. I always forget that kind of shit. Dee 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 dee. Doesn't strictly have to be a node layer mask. Let's put it back to layer mask. This will need to be a bit cleverer. That's cool. -1, 0, neighbors, node layer. uh, 0, 1. So that's west, north. South. I hate this. But I don't hate it that much. I'm actually quite pleased with it. Wait, why did I say south there? That's clearly east. Cool. So then the only thing we need to do is change these to be let's just call them neighbor A, neighbor B. So what do we need to say? We need to say if the X is different, we want to check the Y's. If the Y is different, we need to check the X's. If X mod does not equal 0, yeah, let's say point neighbor A equals new vector 2, 0, 0. If X mod, and then we need neighbor B. If X mod is not 0, so we're at -1x or +1x, then neighbor A y minus equals 1. In fact, they don't need to be 0. They can be grid x, grid y. That should really just be a vector, shouldn't it? It sure should, Callum. Okay, we'll do that. Neighbor B plus equals 1. And if y mod does not equal 0, you'll never guess neighbor A x is -1, neighbor B x is -1. And then here, this is why I should just change these. Grid position. Code's not going to be happy about that. It sure isn't. But that's cool. then that can take a vector2 int mod pos x pos y just becomes pos equals this dot grid position plus mod neighbor A becomes this grid position, neighbor B becomes this grid position. Because they're structs, we can do this. If mod dot x, if mod dot y, target point is pos plus 0.5, 0.5. X dot grid position equals neighbor A. X dot grid position equals neighbor B. Real neighbor A. Real neighbor B. In fact, neighbor A position. Neighbor B position. And then they can go back to being called neighbor A and neighbor B. Nice. So that's all Gucci, potentially. These need to now take a vector. Rip. But we can do left, up, right. And then I can get rid of those comments, which is always nice. I know people say comments are great, but if you can avoid them, it's better if the code reads itself, if the code explains itself. I mean, granted, I shouldn't really call this something, but that's the last thing we do is name the method. Cool. And then new node grid position equals that. Let's just nuke that. And are we using it in here? Apparently not. Cool. Which means I'm going to add the if. I don't know if we need it, but I'm going to add it. For clarity's sake. Right, that is a bit mental, but I think it should work, and that should remove corner neighbors. Remove blocked corner neighbors. It doesn't remove all corner neighbors. It only removes blocked ones. For a given direction. Now, what are the odds that that works? Pretty high, I think. It's excessive. Make no mistake, it is excessive. But it should work. Now's where it falls apart. If this works first time, I'm officially a god. Okay. How many neighbors do you have? You should have 7, but in reality, you should have 5. Moment of truth? 7. You son of a bitch! But why? Why do you still have 7? Tell me why you've still got 7. Tell me why. You should have 5. You turd. Okay. Let's have a look. Four? Who are you? 2 minus 7. Is that? Okay, let's be a bit more explicit. Let's be a little bit more explicit about what we're checking. You are 3 minus 4. Grid position x equals 3 and grid position y equals minus 4. Let's try that again. We're going to look at that exact scenario. You've got 8 neighbors. Is one of them yourself? Yeah, one of them's himself. You sly devil. Yeah, that's fine. At least it's an easy fix. Nothing better than a silly mistake. Moment of truth. Once again, please have 5. You legend! Cool. So now it's not including corners. So he should have 5 as well. Why's he got 4? Why have you got 4? Why have you got 4? You should clearly have 5. You son of a bitch. I wonder which one he's missing. -1, -2. Let's have a look. Why are you nuking one extra? What? Oh, it's 1 minus 2. Sometimes I really am a turd. Let's try that again. He's got 7 neighbors. That is correct. One minus 3, 1 minus 1. Sure. Target point is 0 minus 2. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. He hit someone. What happens when he doesn't hit someone? That was at 2 minus 2. 2 minus 2 is correct. That is the point at which he should not hit someone. Neighbor A position is 1 minus 3. Neighbor B is 1 minus 1. They're both correct. Welcome back, sack boy. Neighbor A exists. Neighbor B should not exist. What? They shouldn't both exist. They shouldn't both exist. Hello, software boy. They shouldn't both exist. One minus 3. 1 minus 1. The old 1 minus 3, 1 minus 1 routine, huh? But there shouldn't... I've got 2 minuses there, which is wrong. That needs to be a plus. Maybe that explains it. You'll be unhappy to know, software boy, that look, we're in a new project. We're making the same game, what happened was I was trying to decide what features we should do today, and every time I thought of one, and I thought about how it was going to fit into the current code base, I realized the current code base is not in a good position for adding new features. There's a lot of stuff that's half-arsed. So, instead of half-arsing it, we're going to whole-arse it. So that's what we're doing. And what we've got so far is actually massively cool. I know it doesn't look massively cool, but it is massively cool. It's far cooler than you'd think, just looking at it. I plan on introducing more environmental factors. So I did this at the start of the stream. I put together a list of everything that we had implemented in our current version. It doesn't actually look like a lot when you break it down. This is everything we'd implemented. And then I started converting that into how we want it to be in the new version. And then I was super happy with this bit, so I thought, fuck it, let's just implement this bit. Because this is going to be like the groundwork, right? Everything is going to live in the tile map. Ergo facto, I think I changed oxygen level to be... No, I kept oxygen level. Ergo facto, let's get this perfect, spot on, excelente, and then we'll figure out how we're going to transfer the rest of the stuff across, and what we want to keep, what we want to modify, what we want to discard, you know? So that's what happened. The old ergo facto, exactly. The old ergo facto. So, this is what we're doing now. We're doing tile-based environment. Each tile has a navigation node. Each tile will have an atmosphere. That's a new thing I want to add. Oxygen level, temperature, pressure. Maybe like toxicity, radiation, something else. That'll be pretty neat. So, and we're keeping the grouping into rooms/areas. So that's what we're doing just now, which is actually going great. It's so much better than the old version. Oh my god, it's like a dream compared to the old version. It's legitimately like a dream. A weird fugue state dream that you can't wake up from. So let's check if this has worked. Survey says... Please have 5, please have 5, please have 5. 4? You son of a turd. So he's got 5. He's got 2. Why does he have 2? If I can figure out why he's got 2, it'll probably explain why he's got 4. He should have 3 neighbors, right? 1, 2, 3. He's got 2, which is correct. He's got 3, which is wrong. He should have 5. He's got 8, which is correct. He's got 3, which is wrong. It's almost like when it's hitting this, it's nuking these 2. I bet that's what's happening. I can feel it in my bones. That's what's happening. Because neighbor A position needs to be pause. That's why. Now it's going to work. And then our navigation grid is complete. Please work, please work, please work. Please have 3. 4? Oh no, yeah, you're allowed 4. 4's legit. Please have 5. Thank you. Please have 2. Thank you. Please have 5. Thank you. Please have 5. Thank you. Please have 1. Thank you. Please have 4. Nice. Please have 7. Nice. Please have 3. Nice. I know I just said a lot of words, but that is actually legitimately really cool. That should solve the corner problem with our pathfinding. Pretty neat. So, we now have a navigation grid that builds itself up. The areas automatically link neighbors with each other. Let's just verify that. Neighbor. Neighbor. Cool. That means the navigation grid is El Gucciaruni. It couldn't be more Gucci if it tried. Sweet. So now we can create an area of any shape, drop it down, it'll create a navigation grid based on the tile map. It'll hook up with any other navigation grids that are next to it. They will merge their nodes so that their nodes link. It will not allow cutting corners, but it will allow corner travel if it's not an actual corner. So travel from here to here is valid, but travel from here to here is not valid because there's a corner in the way. So if you want to go from here to here, you have to go round. But if you want to go from here to here, it'll let you do it. That is pretty damn cool, I think, personally. And to extend the navigation grid, we don't need to worry about creating a navigation grid anymore. That's Loserville. We don't need to create a navigation grid. All we need to do is create areas and make sure they hook up to other areas, which means we can make areas wherever we want and hook them up however we want. And we can have isolated areas, independent navigation grids that work entirely by themselves. Whereas previously we just created that massive navigation grid. We just said create a navigation grid that's like 200 by 100. And then we culled it. Now we actually explicitly say these areas, they all have their own navigation grids, but they will merge at the neighboring points. It's really sick. Gives us a lot of freedom when it comes to the navigation. And we should have less pathfinding issues because we've got rid of those corner neighbors. The blocked corner neighbors. Which means maybe, just maybe, that's the perfect navigation grid. Maybe. I'm sure it has issues that we'll run into. Like, I do kind of want to introduce the clearance metric again, which might end up being a problem. But on the flip side, it might not end up being a problem. Who knows? So that's pretty cool. Let's save that. Commit all that. Well, let's double check it first. Make sure it's not dog shit. What have we changed? A node now has a vector as its grid position, which is fine. We have updated find neighbors to remove blocked corner neighbors, which is not the most efficient thing in the world, but it is fine. And it only runs once, so who cares? Yeah, that's what all this is doing, which is a bit mad, but it does work. And it's not that mad, really. It does all make sense. So that's cool. Happy with the node. The area, we updated it to take a list of colliders instead of just being based on a sprite. So now you can use a polygon collider to define the area, which is very nice. That's all we did in there. And in the environment, we had to totally rewrite populate areas to utilize the colliders and do a bunch of cool shit, which all works. Nice. Updated areas to use colliders to define themselves, and updated neighbor selection to ignore connections that would pass through blocked corners. Awesome. That is relatively cool. So, I was enjoying that. Now it's kind of perfect. I don't know what to add. I guess now we move on to something else. We don't even have any flaws at the moment. Flaws are kind of a moot point for now. I guess area doesn't need its sprite renderer anymore. Get out of here. I want to see if I could render the collider. Not easily. Probably have to do something custom. Cool. So now we have a nav mesh that we can also store additional information in, and we can decide what that additional information is based on a variety of factors. So what do we add next? What do we add next? I wanted to add... We should add something that pathfinds. Even if it's just like a shitty little object. Just to prove that the pathfinding actually works. Yeah. 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 Let's do that. So let's create just a random game object. We'll give it, hang on, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Cool. We'll give it a renderer. That's all we're going to give it for now. Here, enjoy your knob. Cool. And this is going to be a mover. Pathfinder. And really, we just want to... We want to create a new script now. We're going to have to probably port across the pathfinding stuff. I don't really want to write all that again. Pathfinding would be in this area, I think. I don't know what we'd call this component. I don't know what we'd call this component. I'm going to call it Pathfinder. So this is going to be something that we can just slot on something and it'll be able to walk from A to B. And then we can put it on whatever we want. So this will need... What will it need? It'll need an area, I think. Current area. I don't know if it can infer its current area. No, it definitely can infer its current area when we load the game. We can do the old physics 2D. Point. This transform position. I need to make these consts. If area doesn't equal null, can I hit it with one of those? Yeah. If area does not equal null, this dot current area equals area. Cool. So now when it wakes up, it'll check what area it's in. That's pretty handy. So, what's the next thing we do? We say, that's pretty neat. You know what area you're in. Let's just check that works. He sure does know which area he's in. So that's nice. Now, we need to be able to tell him, can you go to... Would we say, can you go to this node? Would we say, can you go to this other thing? What would we say? Grid X, grid Y? Grid X, grid Y is probably fine. I don't want to deviate from the grid unless it's absolutely necessary. I mean, I guess we can convert a point into a grid X, grid Y easily enough. All you have to do is floor the point, I think. Yeah, I think all you have to do is floor the point. Which is fine. So let's say get path to point. And here, this is where we know what our starting node is. Or we can at least get our starting node. I think, do we update our node in real time? Or do we just ask for it when we need it? Do we update our node in real time, or do we ask for it when we need it? One of those is much more efficient than the other. We ask for our current node. Do we? I mean, we certainly can do. Yeah. Current node equals... We can ask our current area. Find node for point. This transform position. So area, we can say, could you please tell me? Could you please give me my node? And he will go, sure, why not? But to get that, I think we just say, I think we just floor it, which, is that true? Do we floor it? No. We take off 0.5 and then we round it. Always with the you need a new. I know I need a new. What? Oh, right. Sure. Cool. Then we say var grid point equals new vector to int. I hate this. Int point offset x. But I think I need to do, this is so jank. Mathf rounds to the nearest int. Rounds to the nearest int. Oh, cool. Sure. So I can get rid of that cast. Which makes it one step less janky. I wish they had their own functions for doing this. I guess I could make some. So that should give us the grid point, in theory. Theory being the wonderful thing that it is. It should give us the grid point. And then we just say, I guess you should return a node, really. Return this node's first order default x dot position equals grid point. So that should, for any position, let us get the node that we're in. Which is cool. That's one half of the information that we need to pathfind, right? Go from this node to that node. We've now got this node. We need that node, which is awkward because that node might not be in the current area. Which is where this gets a little bit jank. Because if the node is not in the current area, then we don't have a way of getting it. Which is a bit horseshit, really. I'm going to create a new folder here called Utilities. And I'm going to add a class called Vector2 Extensions. I hate extension methods, but whatever. Don't really know why I'm making that public. Doesn't need to be. to grid position. Let's go steal that stuff that we put inside area. Yoink. We're going to need to do that in quite a few places. Probably. Maybe not. But at least once. Cool. I'm starting to think I shouldn't have put that in current area, you know? I'm starting to think we need a GigaChad game object which we have. It's called environment. Which has a list of all areas. Do I really want to give it a list of all nodes? No. Am I going to? Yeah. Mm. For each area, for each node, add node, grid position, node. Nice. So now, Pathfinder, you don't need the current area. Screw the current area. Why do you care about the current area? You can just have the environment. Which stops us having to do that as well. Environment equals find object of type environment. There should only ever be one environment. I think that's a fair statement. You son of a bitch. But why? Okay. Where's my utilities? I know this isn't a Vector 2 extension, but I also don't massively care. Cool. So I guess it's both, and then we can say var current node equals this environment. Did I not make it public? I got a real issue today with not making things public. Right, that theoretically gives us both nodes. Happy days. Then we just need an A-star pathfinding class that'll find the best path between them. Which we're going to steal from the other project. I'll be right back. Is it really theft if I wrote it in the first place? No, but it is lazy. But you know what they say? Laziness is a defining trait of a programmer. Although I don't believe in that statement. It's supposed to mean if you're lazy, you would rather write something to do something than repeatedly rewrite the same thing over and over again. But I feel like lazy people rewrite the same thing over and over again. So it doesn't really work. So it requires more thought to make something reusable. Let's go steal our old pathfinding code. We'll modify it, of course. Look at all this code that's going to waste. But it was a good learning experience. We learned a lot from this code. Yoink. We're going to really strip this down. I don't really want to just YOLO it in here. Although it might be fine living in here, honestly. No one else is going to need it. Maybe we won't just yoink the whole thing. Maybe we'll subtly yoink the majority of the whole thing. Yoink. Da, 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 da. Let's call that a path node. Okay, so it has its scores, it has itself, and it has its parent. All is well in the world. Then, we don't need that. We don't need that. We do need a reconstruct path. I mean, all it really does is reverse the path, but whatever. Well, it doesn't really reverse it. It has to go through and get all the parents and then reverse it. which is fine. Cool. I might not keep this in here, but I don't know when we're going to need pathfinding apart from in the Pathfinder class. So it's probably massively reasonable, honestly. Yoink. We can just grab these wholesale. Except this becomes... Can I just... Does math abs work with vectors? No, that was wishful thinking. Is there a vector to abs? No, that was also wishful thinking. Well, fuck it. Let's just do the old wholesale yoinkage for now. What? Ah, there we go. Some nice wholesale yoinkage. Which I'm sure we can optimize considering these are vectorunis, but whatever. And then we just need the giga function, which we're going to trim down. Yoink. So these do need to be node. We don't need that. We don't need any of that. We don't care about obstacles yet. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cool. Now, anyone calling this in public is not going to be passing in nodes, let's be honest. So they can pass in... they don't really need to pass in the start point either. All they need to do is say get path to location. And we can yoink this. Mm-hmm. You get to be start node. You get to be end node. Nice. So now... sorry, friend. I feel like get path to point was a better name, though. I'll give you that. Rolls off the tongue better. Get path to point. Cool. So now, not massively sure how we're going to test this, but now we can give the old Pathfinder-aroo. Oh, actually, I know how we'll test it. He's got the Pathfinder script. He needs the environment, which is on walls currently. I might change that to be on grid. I think it makes more sense on grid. But now, theoretically, Pathfinder can find a path, which is cool. So he also needs to be able to move to the path, but that's arguably not his problem. I feel like Pathfinder being able to find a path, totally reasonable. So anyone who's got that component can find a path. And that's relatively cool. Sort of. I'd kind of rather... I think I'd rather have it take a start point. Cool. And then Pathfinder, you don't need a sprite renderer. I've had a change of heart. I'm going to prefab you. Enjoy your life as a prefab. And you do exist in the world. That's cool. So... I'm going to prefab these. Yoink. And then I can... I want to apply that. I want to say... Maybe I can't say. I think everyone would have to live inside the grid. Which is maybe fine. Do you guys all want to live inside the grid? Well, does the Pathfinder at least want to live inside the grid? Then... can apply all. And we're Gucci. Sort of. So that's vaguely neat. That means now we can create a goon. Give him a sprite renderer. And we'll give him a script. We'll give him a sprite. And he just needs like a test script. We're not going to keep him around, I think. Well, does he need a test script? I feel like we need another script, which is like walker, mover, path follower, path follower. It's accurate. There's no denying that. You need access to the Pathfinder, and you need to store, I guess you can store it publicly, why not? A list of node, which are current path. Sure. And Pathfinder get find any object of type Pathfinder. We should only have one Pathfinder. Uno Pathfinderino. Cool. That's relatively neat. So then we can say if, no wait, update. This is just like for testing. If current path equals no, if current path any, if you don't have any path, just do nothing. Otherwise, current target equals current path first. Yeah. And what? Move towards the current target. Yeah. 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 This position, transform position. This is where you want to do some slurpy stuff, I think. Slurpy? Lurpy? QWERTY? Can you lerp between our current position and our current target's position? Dee 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 dee. Not sure if we'll want to put speed in there, but this is just for testing purposes. If this transform position distance equals this transform position minus current target position, if distance magnitude is less than, I don't know, 0.1, probably doesn't want that to be 0.1. This current path remove at 0. Just say we've reached it. But also, this transform position equals, yeah. That is lame, but it should at least walk the path. It should walk the walk, but it won't talk the talk. And it won't chalk the chalk. I also want to steal draw current path. Yoink. Sure, why not? Cool. That is Gucci as long as we have a path, right? So then get path to point this current path, clear this current path, add range. This pathfinder find. Is this another case of me not making it public? Get path to point. Our current position and point. Cool. So now we have a method we can call on a path follower where they will get a path and then they'll walk said path. And they'll draw said path. Can you have a capital F, please? Nice. Now that is pretty neat. That is relatively cool. That is the bee's knees. But to test it, we need to make goon be a path follower. Did I not make it public? No, I did. But why? Why must you do this to me, Unity? Can't add it 'cause it can't be found. But you do exist. You exist just as much as Pathfinder does. You two are equal in all things. So, what the actual F? They're equal in all things. No mono-behavior scripts in the file, or their names do not match the file name. But neither of those things is true. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Path follower. Path follower. Path follower. Mono behavior. Public. You definitely exist. Is this going to be one of those cases where it's like, if in doubt, restart Unity? It better be. Do 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 do. Okay, goon. Thank you. So, how are we going to test this goon? We're going to add just temporarily sure. I mean, it's not ideal. But is it good enough for a simple test? Absolutely. Mm. Get path to point. New. Target X. Target Y. It's not ideal, but it should work. I mean, it's gonna fail. Faux cheesy, it's gonna fail. Because we've got nothing at 5-5. Yeah, the given key 0 minus 1 was not present in the dictionary. Well, I don't know about that game. I didn't expect you to fail there. That's not really where I expected you to fail. Because I'm fairly sure 0 minus 1 should exist. No, it won't. Das ist meine Bad. Of course, it won't exist at that point. Sure, do that. I still expect it to fail, but I expect the environment to at least be populated. That's what I was expecting. An intense amount of 4-4 isn't present, which makes sense because 4-4 would not be present in the dictionary. But what if by some mad chance we, you know, did put 4-4 in the dictionary? eh? Just for the record, that worked. Pretty neat, right? Now I know we had something similar working in the old system, but the old system, he would have jumped between this point and that point. And I know that's not a massive difference, but it is a difference. Also, he's not drawing the path, which is kind of annoying. I'm sure I set draw path to be true. Hey, goon, why aren't you drawing your path? Tell me why you're not drawing your path. Hmm. 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 Maybe he is drawing his path. I mean, there is that as a definite possibility. Yeah, he is. Cool. Life is good. Life is great. I don't think we're actually going to use that movement code, but it at least proves that it works. Because, you know, it's a bit jank, innit? However, let's nuke these two areas. Let's nuke that poly collider. Let's re-add the box collider. Let's make the box collider a bit bigger. Da da da. Da da da. Dee dee dee. Dum dee dum. And then let's paint some walls in. Da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Do 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 do. Where's he trying to go? 4-4. I don't know where 4-4 is. Da 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 da. Dee dee dee. Dee 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 dee. Just make his life a bit harder than it has to be, eh? Sure. Way! Me being the goon that I am, I thought he was going to go around here. He was better at pathfinding than I was. He cuts corners when it's not going to cause corner issues. He doesn't otherwise. All things considered, acceptable. Totally acceptable. Cool. Let's have a look at what we've done. What did we do to area? We gave it a find node for point that we never ended up using. What did we do in environment? We gave it a list of the nodes using their point as the key, which is nice. We added Pathfinder, which just does some standard A star, which will need to take into account obstacles in the future, but for now it does not. These two are a bit jank. They could be better, but not in terms of functionality. There's probably something nice we could do because these are vectors. Yeah, isn't the absolute of a vector just its magnitude? I feel like that might be true. Hmm. Look, I know you want to put length squared in there in IntelliSense, but trust me, it's not a function. No, it's not being cool enough. I mean, to be fair, I probably needed to do grid position minus goal grid position diff dot magnitude. There we go. That's cleaner. Could be even cleaner. And arguably, we can return the square magnitude. It doesn't actually make a difference. I think. Pretty sure it doesn't make a difference. Because it's just comparing them to each other. Yeah. And for this one, I'm just going to leave that one as is. I will be right back. I am back with some Jaffa cakes. Truly living it large. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Let's commit this. Jaffa cakes. You know, Jaffa cakes. Surely I don't need to explain what a Jaffa cake is. You don't think you have those? What, like, cakey goodness with orangey goodness topped with chocolate goodness? Surely you do. Well, to be fair, I don't know where you are. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're missing out on life. Because Jaffa cakes are pretty great. Sackboy says, soft cookie with jelly on top, and top is covered in chocolate. Yeah! Well, I wouldn't really call it jelly, but I guess it is very jelly-esque. Arguably, it is jelly. So that is accurate. They're really awesome. I'm not really sure what it is inside a Jaffa cake. You're from Planklandia. Yeah, I don't think they export them to Planklandia, honestly. I went to Planklandia once. I ended up getting bored. Get it? Added pathfinding and path following. Right. Cool. I mean, the pathfinding aspect might all fall to shit once we add physics objects. But until that point, it should be good. You're from the States, don't think you have Jaffa cakes? Oh, man. Truly missing out. That surprises me. That does. Jaffa cakes were involved in a big legal battle over whether or not they were considered a cake or a biscuit. It used to be hotly debated whether a Jaffa cake was a cake or a biscuit. I guess in the United States you'd say cookie. Because I know in the States biscuit means something else. Because when I went to the States, I ordered a biscuit thinking it was going to be a nice, well, a biscuit. And it was this weird ass thing with gravy. I was like, what the hell? Never order a biscuit in the States ever again. It was rank. I thought it was just going to be like, you know, a biscuit. Like you dip in your tea. I was wrong. But yeah, used to be hotly debated whether a Jaffa cake was a biscuit or a cake. Ended up getting settled in court because taxation is different for biscuits and cakes. So it actually went to court as to whether or not it was a biscuit or a cake. So I think biscuits you pay more tax. So we got a legal decision that it is indeed a cake. They determined it to be a cake because, here was the reasoning, and it makes total sense. When a Jaffa cake goes stale, it becomes harder. When a biscuit/cookie goes stale, it becomes softer. That was the reasoning. Which was pretty good. Sackboy says, biscuits are biscuits here. Yeah. I think the statement, biscuits are biscuits here, is true everywhere. Even if biscuit meant horse somewhere, they would say, well, biscuit means biscuit here. But like Mr. Tools says, whose biscuit? Do you mean biscuit means a nice small thing you can dunk in a cup of tea? I assume that's what you mean. And not some weird-ass savoury dish covered in gravy. Yeah, a tea cookie. I was riding my biscuit to work the other day. Exactly. Cool. What do we do now? Vossen do we do now? We're trying to, well, let's go back to the document. The document of transference. The document of transference. I would like each tile to have an atmosphere. I think that'd be cool. It's not strictly relevant yet. It's not strictly relevant. But the rest of it's done. So that's pretty cool. I think if I wanted the atmosphere stuff in, I would want the ability to do like a hull breach and suck objects out. So I think that is something for later. So we have, what do we add now? I'd like to actually get the movement working with physics. As in, create an object that has physics. Maybe bring the medbot back. And see how its pathfinding works. I really want to nail pathfinding. I really want to nail it so we just don't have to worry about it anymore ever. So I think we do that. And the medbot's quite a good test case. Because he's a weird shape. He's quite big. He's certainly bigger than a tile. Yeah. That's what we're going to do. But once more, because I found it quite satisfying to watch. Pretty happy with it. If we can get medbot to follow that same route. I'll be super happy. And then throw some obstacles in his way and see how he deals with them. That'll be relatively cool. So, let's go grab Medbot's sprite. Oh, Medbot, you came and you kept bumping into corners. That's not gonna happen anymore. Oh, Medbot. Is a Medbot an object? No, it's a robot. Medbot. Medbot. Do 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 do. In the Medbot. Do 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 do. In the Medbot. Right. Medbot, you are 32 pixels per unit. That's going to make you huge. I know. I know that. Believe me. I'm aware. Giga Medbot with no eyes. He's a pretty good size for a test, though, because he's bigger than a tile. That's the important thing. He's just bigger than a tile, but he is bigger than a tile. Which is actually quite interesting. I'm trying to work out scale for things. Scale. Scale, scale, scale. I mean, it depends how big we consider things to be, right? Like, let's take a corridor as an example. How many nodes wide would a corridor be if we think about Medbot being the size of, like, the player? If Medbot's the size of the player, I think the corridor being 4 wide is pretty wide. But most corridors are going to want to be able to fit a sleeper casket in them. Probably. And a sleeper casket is pretty damn huge. But I was thinking about just ditching corridors. And this is the thing with the pathfinding, right? Because it's good old node based, which is fine. Each node is 32 pixels apart, which is arguably fine. Yeah, gotta make the corridors bigger or the pathfinding smaller, right? I'm leaning towards the corridors being bigger. Even if that means we make Medbot bigger. If we scale everything up. It gives us more pixels to work with, so we can make higher resolution sprites, which is arguably a good thing. I think we stick with the concept of one node every 32. I think it's fine. I'd almost go so far as to say I think it's good. Almost. I think one node per tile is a reasonable way to do things. But let's say you want two things to be able to pass each other in a corridor. Most things are going to be wider than one tile. Which means you couldn't even do 3 tiles because they'd be pushing up against the border. You couldn't even do 4 tiles because they'd be pushing up against each other when they passed each other. You would have to do 5 tiles if you wanted something like that. 5 tiles would be pretty damn wide for a corridor. But maybe not when you consider the size of Medbot. If you consider it'd also be wide enough to fit a casket. Yeah, fuck it. Cool. It might mean we need to... Well, this is why I want to solve these problems now, right? Because they introduce a lot of questions when it comes to the size of entities and stuff. Yeah, they introduce a lot of questions. Which is fine. But it sure does make my head hurt. So. Let's nuke all the walls for a sec. Medbot's living the dream. Medbot, can you... See, even if we do that, right? Medbot will hug the left or right. So we would have to do that. for a corridor that was wide enough for a singular medbot to fit down. Which is fine. Well, in the previous version, the node map was a lot smaller. In the previous version, each node was 16 pixels apart, which would give you 6 pixels here. 6 nodes here, instead of 3. But that becomes weird. But that is fine. Thing is, we're going to have stuff bigger than a medbot, but them not being able to fit down small corridors will be totally fine. It'll be a-okay. I'm okay with that. Whew. I think we're going to have to solve the problem we had in the previous version. I think it's going to rear its ugly head again. But I think it needs solving. I think we need to score. I think we need to do that scoring thing, where we don't just say this node is walkable or not. We say this node can fit an object of this size. Because I think that worked really well, apart from that one edge case. And if we can fix the edge case, we'll be living the dream. Different size nodes. Not really. Not different size nodes, but kind of. Basically, the node will say, if you're passing through me, this is how wide you can be. I called it clearance. So like this one would say, if you're passing through me, you can only be 16 wide, right? Because otherwise you're going to hit the wall. Whereas this one would say, if you're passing through me, you can be 48 wide. And then you'll scrape the edges. Not 48. Yeah, 48. You'll be 48 wide. No, not 48. 96. 96 wide. Because you've got 3 squares worth of clearance. Whereas here, you've only got half a square's worth of clearance. And that works quite well. It works really well. Until you start adding dynamic objects. At that point, it kind of falls through to an extent. But I think it's the right approach. I just think we need to solve the one issue, which was the medbot issue. So if we're doing that, then we need to probably give the wall a collider, which we should be doing anyway. So let's give the wall a collider. Done. Then Medbot doesn't need a collider yet. But we need... Is the wall... Yeah, the wall is in the layer walls. Cool. So what we need to do is when a... Oh, you son of a bitch. When a node is setting itself up, it also needs to configure its clearance, which is something we need to expose. We need to expose the clearance. So let's make a function for getting the clearance. We did it super jankily last time, but I think we can do it better. Set clearance. So for this, what we're going to do is... I wonder how it defines collisions. Radius can be... I don't think that tells us where it hits, though. No, that doesn't tell us where it hits. That one tells us where it hits, but that's the weird one. Direction. Direction does not make any sense. Physics, 2D, circle cast, all. So this is what we're going to use, I think. Casts a circle against colliders in the scene, returning all colliders that contact with it. A circle cast is conceptually like dragging a circle through the scene in a particular direction. Any object making contact with the circle could be detected and reported. Oh, I see. That's why you have a direction. We might just need to fire out rays. We could do what the other one did. The other one sequentially did a bunch of circle casts, but it wouldn't give you accurate results. Whereas if we fire out rays, let's say we fire out 12 rays is a lot to fire. But I feel like ray casts are pretty cheap. Because I want the circle, but I want to know which is the closest after the fact. Which is kind of awkward. Not only do I want to know which is the closest, but I want to know how close it is. Raycasting is okay, but its efficiency falls off the further away the objects are. Like it could miss things. Dropping a circle is arguably fine most of the time. Let's do the circle approach. Not circle cast. Let's do... This is going to seem jank, but it might actually be more efficient than what I was going to do. Overlap circle all. And we're not going to be doing this on a regular basis. So that will check everything within 10 tiles of itself. Which is fine, except is it fine? There's a reason I didn't do this, and the reason was walls. The reason was walls. But let's just keep going with it. See what happens. So that is everyone, everything within a 10 tile radius. 5 tile radius. So within 10 tile circumference. No, not circumference. Diameter circle. Which is cool, kind of. Then what can I do with the collider? We need to know the point at which it hit. Which this doesn't tell us. So I think I'm going to have to go with the rays. Even if they're mildly inefficient. At longer... longer thingamajigs. So we want... I guess we could just do the 4 directions. We could just do northeast, southwest. And then add to it if it becomes a problem. Let's do that. Because then I can do a very similar thing to this. Yoink. Pseudo yoink. not yoink. What does that return? Array cast hit 2D. Get closest get closest whatever. No, get closest collider. And it takes a vector to int direction. Yeah, it takes a vector too. Screw the int part. We don't need it. So it's in here that we do this. Shh. Okay, I feel like this is redundant at this point. Yeah, okay. Check left. We'll need to optimize this for sure. But, you know, whatever. If you worry about optimization too hard, you'll never get anything done. Now we just need the smallest of those. This is so terrible. I think it's more optimal than what we did last time, which was fire out like 10 circles. Sure. Um, do 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 da do da. This dot clearance divided by, I don't know, 5? Sure. And then, just as a test, we will for each node in the entire thing, we're not going to do this, but node dot value set clearance. Let's just see what that does. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Everything is red. Gonna be honest, I didn't particularly expect everything to be red. You could argue I expected everything to be green, if anything. Yeah, I expected everything to be green, not red. How mysterious. Curiouser and curiouser. Zero. um, that makes a lot of sense. Eight, 9. We want to ignore 7, 8, 9. Let's try that again. Their rays were all hitting themselves. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. I mean, now I don't get it. Area is 9. Nodes is 8. 7 is debug. So we ignore all those. We include everything else. So everything except 7, 8, 9. Why? Why would you be such a jerk? Everything except 7, 8, 9. Let's load that up again. And let's get a sample node. You. You are -2, 0. The nodes. Did I actually put the nodes in the nodes? Yeah, I did. Nodes. Areas. Walls. What's our sample? -1, 0. This should find something. Ignore 7, ignore 8, ignore 9. 1.5. Good. 0. 0. 0. Oh, I'm such an idiot. um, I only put it on one of the checks. Cool. Now can we get our colours correct? Look, game. You don't like me and I don't like you. But I'm pretty sure that should have worked. Unless infinity comes back as 0. Infinity might come back as 0. Or -1. It might come back as -1. 0.5 up. Yeah, that's potentially legitimate. Almost certainly is legitimate. 1.5 almost certainly is legitimate. Down. Are you -1? 0. Okay, well, if it's 0, why would you be 0 though? Why would you be 0? Zero implies... Here's what's fucked up about 0, right? None of these matter. None of these matter. It doesn't matter which direction we're firing the ray. It doesn't matter how long the ray is. We're passing in the same position for all of them. So why the actual F would this one, in particular, say 0? If this one's saying 0, they should all say 0. The only reason I can think is that some absolute mentalist decided if it never hits anything, set it to 0, which is such an insane take. It never hits anything, so let's tell the user that it instantly hits something. What? That's why I was like, it'll probably be -1, because -1 makes no sense, so you can use that. Like, oh, it came back as a negative number. That means it didn't hit anything. Right? Coming back as 0, 0 is valid. We know 0 is valid because we did some calls and it gave back 0 and they were valid calls. If you put the ray inside a collider, you get 0. If you put the ray where there are no colliders whatsoever, ever, it looks like you get 0. Those are two completely opposite things returning the same value. However, I might be going off on one for no reason. So, let's block that wall and see what we get. I swear to God, if I don't get 0... That is it. That's so fucking dumb. That's so dumb. That is so dumb. Because you've got no way of differentiating between a real 0 and a bad 0. Well, I guess you maybe do. To be fair, I'm not actually, I am capping this to only check distance. Still, I think my point stands. I don't know why you wouldn't set distance to be -1. But anyway, we can do... It's annoying because it means we have to do 2 checks. It's actually uber annoying that we have to do 2 checks, but fair enough. Sure. I'm not happy about that. It's getting less optimal by the second. However, it is at least arguably working. Which is cool. What? Oh, right, I'm not actually clicking on walls. No, but even then it's... Let me erase. It let me add them. That won't let me do either. I haven't changed anything. Why will you no longer let me? Oh, you will. Okay. Cool. So let's say we make this be 5 wide. That's cool. It's pretty cool. It's not super cool that they're green. That's why we need to fire out the other 4 directions. Which I don't really want to do. I'm going to make function. I'm going to address my own criticism. Yoink. I love rewriting something and then realizing I need to rewrite it again. Feels good in a kind of shitty way. Like puking. Yeah, exactly. Da 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 da. Don't know if this is going to be better than the circle approach. It's going to be less accurate, that's for sure. It's going to be less accurate. Well, it's going to be less accurate in different ways. It's going to have risks of missing objects, but yeah, it's going to have risks of missing objects, but the distance it gets back will be accurate. Whereas the other way we were doing it would definitely get all objects within the radius, but the distance might not be accurate. It's kind of a trade-off between the two. A sweet, sweet trade-off. If only there was a get circle, tell me what the closest point within that circle is function. That's what we need. -1, -1. Do 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 do. -1 +1. Do 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 do. +1 +1. +1 -1. There we go. Now we're doing 8 directions. And it's at that point where I'm like, maybe we should just do the circles. It is very much trade-off, though. The old trade-offaroo. Well, that's not right, is it? That's arguably incredibly wrong. But why? What would be making that be wrong? Oh, yeah, that'd do it. That's really direction. Cool. Silly mistakes, always the best. Easiest to fix. That's looking better, isn't it? That is looking better. Much better. So then, let's give Goon a collider. We're going to give him a poly collider. Not entirely sure what it was thinking with that collider, but fair enough. It's close enough. It does encapsulate the bounds. And then path follower. We're going to say, are we going to say that you need to have a collider? No. But we are going to say you certainly can have a collider. And we'll make this public. Yeah, we'll make this private. Clearance equals 0. And then here we say clearance if you have a collider, then we're going to set your clearance. If you don't have a collider, then you've got no clearance. You don't need to worry about anything. You're never going to collide with anything, so that's fine. But if you do have a collider, your clearance is your size on the X. Yeah, let's make that public. Why not? Let's live the dream. Then we can see it. Let's see what his clearance is. Yeah, we'll make this public as well. Why not? Right, let's see what it says his clearance is. It should be like 32. 1.25. Did you really have to do it in units? You know, in a lot of ways, that might explain why it was fucked in the other version. I didn't realize clearance was given to us in units. But okay. Naive me, I thought it was given to us in... No, units is fine. Units is totally fine. Cool. So now, in here, we can say... No, in here, we need to pass in a clearance value. And if it's in the closed set, or clearance is less than clearance, min clearance, skip it. And then you, my friend, need to pass in your clearance. Do 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 do. Yeah, kind of saw that one coming. Now that he's got a kaleidoscope, that's pretty cool though. Now that he's got a collider, he's included in the clearance calculations, which means he gets told that he can't move, which is why we do that other thing, which breaks everything. Because the node the way we used to solve this was the node, as well as storing clearance, it stored who had set the clearance, which was fine. Sort of. Sort of fine. Except it broke corners. And that is the big ol' problem. That is the big ol' problem. It's the one that we didn't really have a solution for. Because if we load this, you see how he's never finding anywhere to go? Normally, these would be orange, right? These two would be orange if he wasn't there. But because he is there, in fact, we can show this much easier. Let's move him down here. I bet now it works. But it shouldn't. Yeah. You see how he is generating clearance around himself? He's being hamstrung by his own clearance. So he's saying, I can't go to that node. I won't fit through, even though it's him who's stopping him fitting through. Which is cool, but it's also not cool. Also, you see what I meant by it falls off over time, over distance. You see how these have got perfect clearance, whereas these don't. But it should be okay, because that'd still come back as a negative path for anyone, because they'd be blocked by this. So I think we should be able to live with the jankiness to an extent. Yeah. Herein lies the problem. So we fixed it last time by saying, okay, when we calculate the clearance, let's Dam says, quick question, is it worth learning a programming language in 2024 from scratch? I don't know. I'm not in a position to answer that question. I don't know what. I don't know the context. And even if I did know the context, I think I wouldn't be able to answer it for someone else. If the only reason you're learning programming is because of its perceived value to others, that's very much a you question, my friend. If you're learning programming because you enjoy it, you find it interesting, then that question is redundant. It's not about worth, is it? It's about whether you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, then why are you learning it? Ask yourself that, my friend. And if you do enjoy it, why wouldn't you learn it? If you like the idea of coding, learn to code. If you don't like the idea of coding, but you think it's something that has value, well, you know what? Standing on a street corner and sucking dudes off has value. But you're not going to run out and start doing that, are you? So, if you enjoy it, do it. If you don't, don't. That's my advice. Because if you enjoy it, you'll be better at it anyway. But my advice doesn't count for shit. So, do what you want. Anyway, yeah. I feel like I was on the verge of having a solution there. But I think it was a heavily inefficient solution. And the solution went something like this. Store the closest two clearances. Because only one of them can be us. I think that's the solution. Store two of them. Store the closest and the second closest. And then they can't both be us. and then we're theoretically living the dream. Problem with that is, and it is a big problem, the Raycaster only gives us the closest. So that's a bit of a pisser. And we can ask it to give us all of them. Yeah, we can ask it to give us all of them. Yeah. Mm. 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 It's not ideal, though. I think we swap over to the circle method. I don't like the circle method. I think the circle method's a bit jank. But I also think it works. So it's definitely got that going for it. But the circle method's jank. Circle method does let us get the two closest, though. Kind of. Maybe. Sort of. Yeah, let's swap over to the lame circle method. Let's steal it from this. Where are you? We can at least try it out, eh? Yoink. Calculate clearance. Do we care about clearance within ourselves? Not if we also do that, which we are going to do. But for now, yes, we do want to calculate clearance within ourselves. So we've got our layer mask. Yoink. And let's use our layer mask. Overlap circle all. If if there weren't any hits, check the next layer. If there were hits, so we'd actually want to return the float. We want to return a it's all massively inefficient. I guess we want to return two colliders and two clearances. That's it. Although we don't even need to return them. Let's just not return anything. And up here, we're going to store clearance A, clearance B, and clearance collider A, clearance collider B. I think this is the best way. I know it seems jank, but you know, whatever. And if there's no hits, do nothing. If there are hits, it counts 0. This is such dog shit. If hit count equals 0, I hate this. Clearance A equals radius minus step size. Clearance collider A equals hits first. If hits count is 1, continue. If there was only 1, we can't do what we're about to do. Otherwise, clearance B is also the radius minus the step size. And clearance collider B is hits dot skip 1 first. That is lame, but it will work. Hit count plus plus. Hit count plus plus. If hit count equals 2, return. We're done. Dunzo. And if hit count equals 1 after the first hit, clearance B equal. This is such janky stuff. You know what? It'll work. So, we come in, we say we're ignoring the debug layer, we're ignoring the nodes layer, we're ignoring the areas layer. We're going to check 2.6 radius, and we're going to do it in steps of 2. That means we're going to fire out 13 circles until we hit something. Not ideal, but we're going to optimize that. But for now, certainly not ideal. If we don't hit anything with our first circle, we'll just move on to the next circle. If we do hit something, if we've already hit something, then we set clearance B, and then we say, okay, we're done. We've got A and B. If we haven't hit anything yet, then we set clearance A, and we increase our hit count. If there was only one hit, we say, okay, let's check the next circle. If there was more than one hit count, we say, okay, clearance B is that. Is it jank? Yes. Am I happy with it? For now. That means we don't need to use this stuff. And I think this stuff is just non-viable, honestly. So I'm actually just going to delete it in a mad state. So that's cool. Let's make that public. Just for now. And each node at the start is going to calculate its clearance. It's no big deal. And that's going to give us all of their clearance. So then we need another one that says we're going to go back to the old is walkable, is passable for, and it takes a collider and a clearance. And then we say if clearance A is greater than clearance, then you're fine. If the first thing we ever found is far away, then you're Gucci. You can pass through. But what if it's not? What if the first thing you hit is limiting your movement? Well, the first thing you hit might be you. However, if clearance collider A is not you, then you're fucked. You can't fit through. If the thing limiting the node the most is not you, you ain't getting through there. But what if neither of those things are true? So, you can't fit through the gap, and clearance collider A is you. Well, then you're kind of living the dream. If if clearance B. So then you get to check clearance B, right? That's your fallback. Is greater than clearance. You're Gucci. Which means arguably we don't need clearance collider B. We don't need to know what it is. We don't really care what it is. So I guess we can just return that. So that's the three possible states. You can fit through the closest collider. You can't fit through the closest collider, but it is you. You can fit through the second closest. I know that's mega confusing and whatnot, but I do think it makes sense. So then in the Pathfinder, here, where we were doing this, we can just say neighbor is passable for, need to pass in a collider. My collider. My clearance. I know we could calculate the clearance from the collider in here, but I'm just not willing. It's suboptimal. It's passable for my collider with my clearance. But Callum, what if you don't have a collider? If collider equals null, return true. You're Gucci. Which might be true. We might have tiny little, like, rats, for example, that don't have collision. So they don't care. They're just like, yeah. So that's cool. But if you do have a collider, you have clearance, therefore, the rest of it's legit. Now, does that work? There is no argument given that corresponds to my clearance in path follower. What? Oh, of course there isn't. I'm not passing the collider in. We do have our collider, right? Yeah. Cool. Now, will this work? I like to think it will. I like to think he'll move. And yet, I would be wrong. But why? Mm-hmm. 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 We're both colliders. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, in a lot of ways, that makes a lot of sense. Shit, man. It's definitely solvable, but it is annoying. When you reach hit 2, if it wasn't in the same radius, Sure. Not so sure. This is getting less efficient by the second. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Okay. Right, so we reset them when we're doing clearance. When we get here, if clearance collider's not null, then hits equals hits where X does not equal clearance collider A. Look, do you just want to be an I enumerable, please? Cool. Then we don't need that check. That is much less efficient. But F efficiency for now. Hopefully it at least works. Well, fuck. Clearance collider A is us. Clearance collider B is none. What about you? Clearance collider B is none. So why did you not find a path? Because I said block it if it is passable. Okay, block it if it isn't passable. Is such a thing even possible? Yes, it is. And look at that, he's avoiding the corners and everything. Cool. Very cool. Très cool. Trop cool? Non. Nay, trop cool. Um. Yeah. I'll allow it. Cool. So that's vaguely rad. Now, I wish we could get our colours back. Which I guess we can. Mm. Mm. um. Sure. Is it highly inefficient? Yeah. Does it make pathfinding work like a charm? Yeah. Does it not update every frame? Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. Kind of weird that they're yellow, but I think that means that they never reached anything. Not yellow. Why did I say yellow? White. That means that they never reached a target, which is cool. So, now we need to make... It is tray cool, I agree. I'm not even going to shame you, Mr. Tools. I'm not even going to shame you. Unless you were shaming me. It could go either way. So let's make the areas do that stuff they used to do. And by that I mean... Yoink. It's going to be a lot simpler for now. Namely... What are you being shamed for? Spelling tray, T-R-E-Y, instead of T-R-E-S. I know I don't have a French accent, but I was using the French tray. Tray, cool. Treize. I don't think we should do frames per check. We should do seconds per check. You thought it was 3 cool. Trois cool. Trois cool. F that noise for now. Mhm. Um. Mhm. Sure. Highly inefficient. Who cares? Me, I care. But for now, as long as we can see our heat map update, I'll be happy. Now, it's only going to update every 5 seconds, which was a bit lame on my part. And it didn't free up those guys, which is incredibly sus, actually. It's never... Oh, I know why. Because it's only doing this if it actually hits something. um, cool, cool, cool. Cool. um, what? That's weird, isn't it? I feel like it's still only checking every 5 seconds. Is it the prefab? Prefab! That's better. Pretty pleased with that. Let's move him up so that he has to deal with the corner issue. Good luck dealing with that. I know, I'm pretty great. Let's make his life a bit harder. He ain't fitting through that gap. Let's see what he does. He's given up on life. Oh, of course he's given up on life. Sorry, buddy. I didn't expand the area. There you go. I feel like now you should have a way. Well, actually. No, yeah, he should have a way. Come down here. Go out there, go around there, go up there, go up there. Go up there. Unless I accidentally coloured in his target square, which I'll be the first to admit is a definite possibility. His target square was unreachable. Okay. Nice. Not really sure why he does that diagonal, but if he thinks it's for the best, who am I to argue? So that is awesome. Why does he take that weird diagonal? Why does he take a weird diagonal? It's not really optimal, is it? But who am I to question this guy, I suppose? Cool. 3 cool. I wonder how I can see the performance impact of my dogshit solution. You should see the frame rate drop every 10th of a second. Tray cool. Yeah, it is tray cool. That is the best pathfinding solution I've come up with to date. It might be lacking in the optimization department, but apart from that, it's pretty goated actually. So, let's have a look at the mad code changes we've done. In Pathfinder, we have made it take a collider and a clearance level. Makes sense? And we are passing them in to each node says, am I passable? Oui or no? If I'm not passable, that route gets chopped off. The follower now needs a reference to his collider, if he has one, and he needs his clearance, if he has a collider. That's good enough. His X bounds is his width, which is what really matters if he's traveling through a node. So I think that's fair. And he passes them in. That's cool. In area, we've added how often we update the collision, the navigation mesh, and every time that runs out, the nodes for that area calculate their clearance. That's where we will... This is where the splitting into different areas will help, because we'll add that other logic where we only update the navigation grid if something within the area moves. But we don't need that yet, because we haven't got any rigid bodies yet. But we also need to update the movement of path follower to use physics. Which is fine. We can do that. But we haven't yet. But we certainly can do. And that's cool. Then in the environment, we have, when the environment gets populated, we calculate the initial clearance for the nodes. That's cool. And in node, this is where it gets mad, we store 2 clearances. Clearance A is the closest thing that's blocking the node. Clearance B is the second closest thing that's blocking the node. And that solves the I'm blocking the node problem. And then we've got this madness. This can probably be optimized. This is some mental shit. But it does work. That's the important thing for now. It does work. And it's very isolated, right? If we want to optimize this, we don't have to start tearing out other parts. We know all this works in conjunction. Therefore, the optimization is entirely within this kitchen. And that's cool. And that's neato. added clearance to allow for better pathfinding. Nice. So now we should probably update the guy, the path follower, to use physics unless the object doesn't have a rigid body, in which case I guess it can brute force its way through like it does at the moment. Because I would like little rats running around. And they only need to care about the walls and stuff for collisions. I think that could be pretty neat. And then you can eat the rats. Or you can feed them to the people in the caskets. Maybe that's how you get nutrients to feed the casket people. You catch rats and squash them up. Or you start feeding sleepers to other sleepers. That could be quite cool. Well, not cool, but you know. That would be... I don't know what the opposite of tray is. So, let's give the goon a rigid body. I've got a rigid body thinking about this pathfinding we've implemented. First of all, let's turn off gravity. Otherwise, it's all going to go to shit. Then, let's give him the old rigid body-aroo. And I like to think a mass of 5, a linear drag of 5, and an angular drag of 5 is fine. Does the job. Our mileage may vary, but it'll do for starting figures. Then well, let's get the rigid body. This guy is always going to want a rigid body, right? If you're a follower. Well, not always, but public rigid body. This body equals get component rigid body. Cool. So if body does not equal null, do nothing. And then, so if you've got a rigid body, we don't want to use this means of transportation. That's when you need to do this one. If body equals null, you don't need to do anything. However, If body does not equal null, I need to go and steal some shit from here. Oh, medbot. I say steal. Everything I've stolen so far, I've tweaked massively. Oh, I made a navigator class, that's right. We get the next node. Yeah. Yoink. Yeah, I need that apply movement. We don't care about the medbot state. Medbot doesn't exist anymore. And then I'll steal apply movement as well. Yoink. This guy has a movement speed, right? Yeah, speed. I am speed. ChatGPT told me off for clamping the velocity, but it can go F itself. However, I will say, why am I using speed so much? That's better. I was normalizing it, multiplying it by the speed, then normalizing it again, then multiplying it by the speed. Mental. What was I thinking? Right, let's see if that works. I'll grant you his move speed might be a little bit low. I hope that's not our frame rate. No, it's just his move speed. I guess we might need to, you know, give him a little bit more. Also, I don't like how he's going directly from point to point. We need some sort of tweening going on. Some sort of spline. Something of that ilk. I think. Hey Goon. Do you wanna have twice as much speed? Better. Who's to say how fast a medbot should move? We haven't even figured out the scale of things, really. I think if we increase it any further, he's going to start drifting around corners, which might be pretty cool. Here, do you want 20 speed? I'm going to be honest, I feel like the speed isn't doing much anymore. Do you want 50 speed? He's got a little bit of drift going on. He overshot the mark. The sign of a true professional. um, let's not clamp his velocity, eh? He's gonna go mental. Maybe he's not gonna go mental. Maybe the angular drag is doing okay for us. I feel like he should have gone mental. I've got his speed at 50. Hmm. He drifts around the corners too much with 100. We need to say, if it's the last... We need to do something so that when he reaches the end, he slows down. Or I just need to not give him psycho speed. But I feel like he wasn't even going that fast there, honestly. .50 seems to be his sweet spot. He overshoots the mark a little bit, but not by much, because of the insane angular drag, linear drag I've given him. So he's pretty cool now. He needs to rotate in his velocity direction. Yoink. This is going to be too smooth. Mm. Mm. This is going to be okay, I think. He was a med droid, he said, do 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 do. He's too janky. We need to smooth it. We can't just set it, we need to smooth it. It's looking better though, eh? Let's smooth it out. So we need to store target direction. And then rotate me needs to, instead of just rotating, we can do the old, as much as I hate to say quaternion dot lerp, that is what we're going to do. Maybe we're not. Can we do a vector lerp? Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Target direction. No, wait. Movement direction. Target direction. Time. Fixed delta time. I feel like there's more optimal ways to set the rotation. But who cares? That should work for now. Should make it look a bit smoother. And I know I said we're going to do everything by the book, straight and narrow, and now I'm saying who cares. But on the flip side, give me a break. I've been doing this for 8 hours. This should look smoother now, or it's going to be totally fucked. What? But why? We set the target direction to be our current direction. Oh, I'm such a turd. We don't need to pass that in. That needs to be this transform. Forward. Yeah, coding the entire day. And I think we've made a lot of progress. What? Oh, right. I think we've made killer progress. I know we've started again, but I think what we've got is better than what we had. In many subtle ways. Many subtle ways. That still ain't looking smooth. I don't know if we do make the player next, you know? I'm not entirely convinced that we make the player next. I'm not sure what we will make next, but I don't know if it'll be the player. I think that might be overplaying our hand. Because what will making the player actually get us? Nothing. That's what. That looks smoother-ish. That's looking pretty good. Do you reckon you can solve that? Why box yourself into being a player? Exactly. We want to make the environment, and then the player will live in the environment. You know? We make an environment that can live without the player, and then we dump the player in. By the way, that was really satisfying to watch. I think I'm going to watch it again. I'm just pleased we finally solved the fucking corner problem. That was such a nightmare. The corner problem totally sucked. But it's solved. Which is nice. What if we trap the pathfinding? You mean... Well, there's two ways we can trap it. We can do that. That'll trap it. And it just gives up on life. Until we... remove it. Until we... remove it. Until we remove it. Alright, I need to be in the editor. Oh, because it was... Yeah, okay. How many errors is it spamming? 0, man. It doesn't spam any errors. He just tries again. And tries again. And tries again. He's never going to get one because the collision... The node didn't get generated for that because it was a static wall and I nuked the static wall. But no, he doesn't spam errors. He'd never spam errors unless we asked him to go into an area, into a place where there was no no area set up. So we've got one area currently. If we asked him to go outside this area, he would throw errors. But theoretically, that'll never happen. Because we'll have areas set up for everything. And I'm really pleased with the area stuff. Like, we're not leveraging it yet, not really. But it's set up to allow us to do a lot of nice stuff. Like, it works out all the different crossings between the neighbors. They get access to... We can see which areas are neighbors to each other. We can do all sorts. So that's neat. What we should do is we should put another goon in. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. You'd think they'd just follow each other, right? But I don't know if they will just follow each other. I think Goon 2 will wait for Goon 1 to be finished. Or for him to come out of here. Which is awkward. Yeah. It's a little awkward. He doesn't understand that it will be free by the time he gets there. We can possibly do something about that. We can say, look, instead of finding your entire way to your destination, why don't you find a path to your destination? But then, after you've done... No, that won't work. How would we do it? How would we make it so that they follow each other through this corridor? Pathfind's invisible to each other. But then, yeah, we could do that. But then that defeats the purpose of the dynamic pathfinding, right? Unless they get a path that's invisible to everyone. So it's just involving the walls and static obstacles. But then once that path is like, yeah, there is a path there, then we go, okay, that's cool. Let's get you a path that's like maybe 3 nodes into that path. So he goes, okay, I'm here. I want to go here. And we go, okay, there's a route there, regardless of whether the other guy is in this tunnel. We go, there is a route there, regardless of other moving people. And then we say, the first 3 steps of your route are, I don't know, here, here, here. So we say, let's get you a path to here. And then when he gets here, we do the same thing. And he says, let's get you a path to here. And when he gets here, we say, let's do the same thing. Let's get you a path to here. And we always go like 3 nodes into the path. That solves the problem of when to recalculate paths. And B, it means they'll dynamically start avoiding obstacles as they get close to them, which is a bit more realistic. So, we can do that. To do that, we would add to Pathfinder so we've got get path to point that takes a collider and clearance. But we know this doesn't care about if you don't have a collider or clearance. So we can say if my collider is not null, if I have a collider, then optimal route is get path to point, start point, end point, null, 0. That'll get the optimal route. Then we say if optimal route, if there isn't an optimal route, return an empty list. But if there is an optimal route, then we say endpoint equals optimal route skip 2 dot first dot transform position. That will work for everything except the last 2 nodes of the route, which is pretty cool. And for the last 2 nodes of the route, if optimal route count is less than 3, it's greater than 2, do that. Otherwise, just use the endpoint. That should, maybe, make them follow each other. Or it'll totally fuck them. It was always going to be one or the other. Oh, but now we just need to make the path follower say, okay, I'm looking for so So he needs... Did we create a function that was like... Yeah, get path to point. So we can say... We can store what our target point is. And when we create ourselves, we'll make... Let's be where we are. And then... we want to... Say if we don't have a path... If... this position distance from target equals what are you bitching about? I hate you, Unity. Give me a freaking break. You can convert a vector 3 to a vector 2, but if I say, what's this vector 2 minus this vector 3? It goes, whoa, you can't do that. But you can do that, Unity. I know you can. Why you gotta be such a bitch about it? But anyway, we get the distance. If distance is greater than, we'll make that tweakable, is greater than that, then get path to point. And return. Don't do anything in that frame. And maybe, just maybe, maybe, that might work. I think they'll start fighting over the last square. And then I killed our frame rate. But why? Oh. Oh? Oh. Oh? Oh. asshole. I don't know. We're kind of going off the reservation here. Why would you go there and then just kill my frame rate? It's like it can't find a path. Now I'll grant you, I did kind of YOLO this. But I feel like this should work. Then again, I felt like a lot of things should work when they don't. He goes there. And then realizes he's stuck. And thus infinitely checks, and that kills the frame rate. But the reason he's stuck is because this guy no. Why is he stuck? He should be able to go there for sure. His optimal route is telling him to go here, and he can never go here. There's the problem. His optimal route is saying, oh, why don't you go here? But he can never go there because of his clearance. But that is where the final bit of yoinkage comes from. In the old pathfinding, I had this. Which had this. Which I will grant you is a bit mental, but I am going to steal it. Yoink. And what this does is it says, if you can't reach your end node, find the closest node to it that you can reach. So that's cool. He'll find his optimal route, and then it'll say, that's not really your optimal route. And it'll find the closest walkable one. Now, do I truly believe this is the solution? No, I can already think of a bunch of edge cases where it won't work. Are we going to try it anyway? Yeah, of course we are. What are you bitching about? Yeah, that's fair. I don't think this will work for all scenarios, but I want to see what happens. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Now I know you might think that's pretty great and that it is working. I know, and it sort of is. Did we get frame rate death? No. That's interesting. I thought he'd be really nonplussed by the fact that you can't reach that node. But maybe that was the target node all along. No, that's 5-4. So that is the target node. I'm really surprised that he's not caught in a trap he can't walk out. But on the flip side, whatever. Seems to be happy, so that's cool. But then, here's a thing that'll totally fuck it. What happens if I do one of those? What? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh. Well, it's not as broken as I thought it'd be. It's a little weird. I feel like everything in my mind is screaming to me, there's probably a better solution. And, there probably is, you know? Question. How many of those changes Optimal route stuff. Now try it with 4 bots. Let's see Paul Allen's pathfinding solution. Okay, but for the 4 bot test, no, I'm going to leave that there. I was going to say I was going to fill it in, but why? Let's try it with 4. They don't like that little hole. They really don't like the little hole. It is satisfying, apart from the little hole problem. But if we fill in the little hole, then it should be satisfying. Uh-oh, they're going to start fighting over the end spot. They've all been told to go to the same spot and they don't know what to do. They've got into a war with each other, where they're eternally pushing against each other. You can see they're very subtly moving. They are just ramming into each other. Who's going to blink first? So, 2 problems there. 1, when they reach the end. 2, the hole they can't fit through problem. That's like the only problems though, which is pretty great. It's much better than our old pathfinding. But also, this is a bit mental. I mean, it works and it's pretty cool, but it's also pretty mental when combined with this, which is very much half-assed. So, let's get rid of that clamping for good. So, the issue at the end where they fight each other is because their distance from the target is always too great. It's always too great. So ideally, they would give up when they get as close as they can get. But how do we know when they're as close as they can get? We know they're as close as they can get when when? We don't. I think currently we don't. We could increase the threshold on what defines reaching the target, but that's not great. We could say it's tricky because they reroute, right? They reroute. So let's have a look at their behavior at the end again. The rerouting is the problem. So he's reached it. Now, this guy, Goon 3, has a path. I guess they've all got paths. But he has got 2 nodes left in his path. Right? This one and this one. But he's trying to get here. So when he gets here, it's going to go, nah. And it's going to try and get the optimal route. The optimal route is here. Then it's going to say, well, that might be the optimal route, but we need to get you a real route. And the real route is going to go, you can't go there. So instead, we'll send you to the closest point, which will be here or here. So I expect him to come in and then go up or down. Instead, he's done something I did not expect. And is going here. Why is he going here? When he can go here. Or he could have gone here. He's got an empty list. He's just given up on life now. But now he's not given up on life. Something has changed his mind. I think it's to do with... I don't know what it's to do with. Goon and Goon 2. He is clearance collider B for that one. So he's never going to go there because there's not enough clearance. That's fair to an extent. Yeah, that is fair. Goon 2, Goon 1, so that's those two are the clearance guys for that one. He knows he can just fit there. He can just fit there. 1.2. No, he's 1.25. He can't fit there. And yet he's going there anyway. And now he's caught himself in a loop. He's caught in a trap. As weird as it sounds, maybe this is okay. Apart from those frame rate hits. But how often am I going to be telling guys to go to the same location? Like exactly the same location? No, it's not okay. That kind of mindset is what leads to all the kind of issues that we ran into in the past. We need something that identifies I cannot get any closer to the target, therefore I'm going to accept where I am as the target. See how we keep getting those frame rate drops because they're getting caught in looking for new paths. They've just got themselves into a situation where none of them can get a new path ever. So they're all looking for paths every frame. So we do need to solve the issue. And if we can solve that, then pathfinding should eternally work. I think. Apart from the whole gap problem, but that actually turned out to not really be a problem, eh? It's a little awkward, but it's not a massive problem. We're going to call it a day there. I'm really happy with what we've done. We're very close to having perfect pathfinding. Maybe not uber efficient pathfinding. But I don't think it's terrible. Yeah. Pretty good, I think. Yeah, good night indeed. I'm going to go to bed. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night. And tomorrow, I might have fixed these issues by the time I stream. But if I haven't, they're what we'll be looking at. If I have, then we'll add something. We'll go back to the list. The sweet, sweet list. But it has been a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your night, and I'll catch you guys later. Adios.